Clerk Venegas, I see you there. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, I see you there as well. And Trustee Barnes, good to see you as well. Let's see. Closed session will begin at 5:30 in compliance with Yellow public health recommendations. The Washington Unified School District will hold its regularly scheduled meetings through Zoom webinar. Let's see. Announcement of items to be discussed in closed session. E1 Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. E2 Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and Management. E3 Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Superintendent Performance Goals. And with that, Mario, do we have anyone that wishes to make a closed session public comment?
There are no public comments for closed session.
Okay. Seeing and hearing no public comments for closed session, we shall adjourn the open session and move into closed session. See you at 6:30.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
finally
Good evening. I just received notice that closed session has been extended by 15 minutes. It was originally to end by 6:30. However, we are now anticipating closer to 6:45. We thank you for your patience. Good evening. Just to re-announce that the board's closed session has run a little longer than anticipated. We thank you for your patience. They are expected to reconvene closer to 6:45. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back to the regularly scheduled board meeting for the Washington Unified School District. We are going to reconvene open session. First, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. And can I have Trustee Venegas lead us in the pledge?
Ready? Are we all unmuted?
Yeah, we'll try and
Okay,
stand up.
yeah, got it. Here we go. Ready? I pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
America, and to the republic for which it stands,
One
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Venegas.
I don't think Christy.
All right.
I think Christy is with us just yet, but
Oh, did we lose her? Okay. So we'll go through the roll call. Clerk Venegas is here. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez is here. Vice President Wong, I see you as well. And I know Trustee Barnes is here because I just saw her, and she'll be joining us shortly. Let's see. And I am here. So moving on. Government Code section, items discussed in closed session. E1 Government Code section 54957, public employee discipline dismissal release, information received, direction given. E2 Government Code section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and management, information received and direction given. E3 Government Code section 54957, public employee superintendent performance goals, information received. Moving on. Let's see. Okay, why is this not pulling up? Second. Okay. We're moving on to student association reports. Is there a student here? I don't see one on our agenda. So
no,
maybe
we
quite
have
yet.
not, right, we have not started that. We're not ready for our students just yet. We will
Okay.
be.
Great. And then moving on to the association reports, WSTA's report, Doug Knepp.
Hi there, everybody. Good
Oh,
evening.
Hang on a second, Doug. Can you hang on 1 second? I think I need to approve the agenda first before we jump into that. So can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
I
Moved by
second.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez and seconded by Vice President Wong. Clerk Venegas? I too vote aye. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez
Aye.
and Vice President Wong
Aye.
and Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
All right. Okay, Doug, sorry about that. Go right ahead.
No worries at all. All right, good evening, Superintendent Hildreth and trustees. It's good to see you all. For the sake of my family, I took a short recess from the board meetings this summer break, but I'm glad to be back working with you tonight as we begin the new school year. It's always exciting to address the board the first week of school. There's nothing quite like the hustle and bustle of teachers prepping and students school shopping to remind us of the wonder and renewal present this time of year. As usual, the dedication of our education professionals has been inspiring to watch. Personally, I've had so much fun getting to know my first graders. It seems 6-year-olds are the only humans who laugh at my jokes, so my ego gets a big boost at the beginning of each school year. I want to keep my comments brief tonight, partly because I will have plenty of opportunity to talk your ears off as the year goes on, but also it's my daughter's 14th birthday, and she happened to just start at River City this week, and she's super excited, as any freshman would be. So I'm going to celebrate her birthday, and Mr. Malik will be be representing WSTA for the rest of the night if anything comes up. The first issue I'd like to address with the board tonight is the increase in COVID cases. Obviously, I'm sure you've been briefed that there's an increasing number of COVID cases in our school district, both for students and staff. I just want to, on this public forum, do the same thing that I've done this week in an email, and the district has also jointly done, and encourage everyone that it's still important to follow masking mandates when at work, and take all other safety mitigations seriously. For the sake of our students, many of which who haven't had the opportunity to be vaccinated yet, and of course our staff, as we see breakthrough cases. Many teachers are having to plan an unusually high number of independent studies already as students are quarantined. And I think it's really important that we develop a thorough plan for continuity of instruction for our students that are impacted by COVID. And we have classes that are out and kids that are working at home, but we don't quite yet have a developed plan for how to serve them under than our original independent study plan that's written into our collective bargaining agreement. But that's quite an imposition for teachers who now are going to have to be preparing packets for a larger number of students than they've ever had to. So we probably need a streamlined plan for the sake of student learning and continuity. WSTA is eagerly anticipating discussions with WUSD on implementing the governor's testing and vaccination disclosure plan. We're excited to work along with the district to make sure the transition is smooth, but also expedient. And as we're bargaining, that's another element that has become subject to our bargaining. And in line with that, talking about bargaining, just to remind everybody, WUSD and WSTA are currently engaged in productive bargaining on COVID safety impacts and WUSD's new virtual academy. And progress is being made, although, as you know, it can be challenging as mitigations and guidance changes from county and state and federal government officials. So we want to thank the board and our members, the community at large, for their patience and understanding as we go through this process. In regards to our new employees, WSTA was able to join with WUSD to welcome roughly 30 new employees to the district. The new employee orientation was a terrific success, and once again, district and association leadership were able to work together to welcome the newest members of the WUSD family. I think that it's important to point out that this event has always been a testament to our joint collaboration between district officials and association officials. And it's always fun to do it and see the eager faces of new employees coming into our family. Finally, I just want to wish you, the board, and our wonderful teachers and staff, our administrators, and most importantly, our precious students, an outstanding and successful school year as we start again. Thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you, Doug. All right, CSEA report, Daniel Gandara.
Can you hear me?
We got you, Daniel, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, President Pizzotti, Board of Trustees and Cabinet. I'd like to start off this evening by first welcoming back our students and teachers. It is nice to have you back on campus after a long, hard year of the campuses being empty. I can speak for myself and for other classified that we look forward, and it's exciting to have people on campus. And I have a couple topics this evening. First, I would like to acknowledge and I would thank Superintendent for meeting with me yesterday to discuss numerous topics. But one concern we had was CSEA's welcome back this year. CSEA has worked hard the last 6 years to be treated fairly and with respect. And it's little setbacks that happen on Tuesday that are concerning for classified. I know that I know the district sent out a communication today to the district office, but it goes further than the district office. I also had every paraeducator on Tuesday in the NPR room at the district office who did not benefit from the food that was provided. I won't use the word catered. I will say provided, because it was far from catered quality. But I have confidence that our cabinet and our leadership in the district will do better moving forward. So I want to bring that to the attention. Also, so with that said, I don't want us to forget about our paraeducators as well, because I know the communication was for district office staff, but they were also left out. Also, we are currently in negotiations with the WSD for our safety MOU. And here's an update on what is going on. We're still working on it. And there's never an urgency from the district. We bring this up every year that we are negotiating a return to work after we return to work. Every year I bring this up. Maybe one of these beginning of the years we'll get it on task. The other concern is we are used to negotiating, taking a day out, starting at 9 in the morning, 10 in the morning, and working all day, 2:30, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Currently, we're giving 2-hour time windows. As some of you up here on the board know, a 2-hour time window in negotiations is probably good enough for one proposal exchange and a rationale. And then your day ends, and there's not much more movement till the following week that you're scheduled for 2 hours. So I would like to see from the district that we really take time and set days out for the bargaining units to negotiate these items and move forward with them. We would like to get them, as you guys know, negotiations are exhausting. And we'd like to wrap these up just as quick as the district would like to wrap these up. Also coming in negotiations, we have discussed the masks that staff are being provided. I am bringing this up tonight because it's a safety concern, not only to classified who I represent, but for all employees. There is something on the mask, on the disposable mask, that is called a usage time. And I want to make sure that all employees and students have the ability, when they need a new mask, it is readily available. These usage times on some of the boxes, and they vary, but on a majority of them are 4-hour usage times. So after 4 hours, it's recommended to get a new mask. So I want to make sure sites have those available. I would prefer there's numerous boxes in classrooms. That would be the easiest way, so people don't have to walk to the office or call to the office or somehow get those masks delivered after they need them. And also, we look forward with the governor's new order that came down yesterday. We also do look forward to negotiating with the district the impacts and effects, and what that means for not only classified, but for all staff. But I understand we only, I'm representing classified. So we do look forward to meeting with the district before they send out a communication, so we can work on the impacts and effects of that as well. Another item I have is I have had good conversation with Superintendent Hildreth and Assistant Superintendent of, let me get it right, Ed Services, Stan. I completed CSEA's annual conference, virtual conference last week, and they came out with a professional paraeducator accelerated training hub, or PATH for short. This is an on-demand professional development opportunity, which will cover training topics such as student instruction, student wellness, and SPED topics such as autism, social emotional wellness, and ADHD. I would also be interested in expanding this opportunity to our youth outreach specialists for training as well. And there's over 40 on-demand trainings, and I've shared the flyer, and I look forward to meeting with Ed Services to get this scheduled and get on track with getting paraeducators who are wanting to sign up. And again, with that, we look forward to having a good, safe school year this year. And I want to thank all you guys, and you guys have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, moving on to K, public comments. Mario, do we have any public comments on the line?
We received the public comments pre-submitted, but there are no live public comments.
Okay. Then I will read the pre-submitted public comments. Let's see, from Jerry Chapman on general public comment. All admin came to sites to welcome the teachers. 0 admin came to sites to welcome classified employees. Public comment number 2, Christy Jordan. Welcome back, everyone. We've all been busy all summer getting our school sites ready for our students and teachers, and we are glad to be back on our campuses. It was lovely to see that the superintendent and leadership took time out of their busy schedules to meet with the teachers at each site to welcome them back. It is unfortunate that classified staff were not afforded the same courtesy. I'm choosing to see this as an oversight. I am certain that WSDA district leadership are hatching a plan to personally welcome our classified staff back for school year 21-22 with the same respect they have shown our WSDA brothers and sisters. All right. Moving on to L, public hearing. And if I had a gavel, I'd bang the gavel for a public hearing. River City High School physical education 4x4 block requirement renewal. Stan Moisich, Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, and Matt Ainsworth, Director of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Learning.
Thank you, President Pizzotti, and all the trustees. Thank you very much. River City High School began implementation of the 4x4 block schedule in the middle of the 2008-2009 academic school year during their transition to the new high school facility. The implementation of the block schedule allowed students to have more options in their class schedule, allowed for more time for professional learning of teaching staff, and created larger blocks of time for instruction. In accordance with the Educational Code 51222, students are required to attend physical education 400 minutes every 10 school days throughout the year. To be in compliance with this statute, River City High School must submit a waiver to the California State Board of Education requesting that students in a 4x4 block complete their required physical education minutes every 10 school days within one term as opposed to throughout the school year. So we're asking the board later on this evening to give us action on this item. What we're required to do beforehand is to do a public hearing.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments? Is there any, I should say, is there any public comment on this hearing, Mario?
There is no public comment received.
All right, thank you. Is there any questions or comments from board members? Seeing and hearing none, I will gavel this public hearing closed. Moving on. M1, information discussions on WSDA return to school updates. Stan Moisich, Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services.
So I'm going to start this. I just, Stan and the team are have so much to share, but I just wanted to start by acknowledging what wonderful back to school day we had yesterday. And we were so excited to see all of our students back on campus. Our families were happy, and we wanted to be able to share with our trustees and our community what we have in place as we are starting the new year. So next slide, please. really thinking about what's our focus for the year. We want to align with our LCAP goals, and we know that the foundation of the work in Washington Unified is to support each student by name and by need. We're committed to ensuring our students are college and career ready, that each school will provide a safe and supportive culture and climate for students and staff, and that we actively engage with our families, our community partners, to support academic achievement as well as our social emotional well-being of our wonderful scholars. Next slide. So we plan to focus on these goals by doing the work, which will include developing and implementing a 5-year strategic plan. The district's current strategic plan was from 2016 to 2021. So we will be engaged in that exciting process of getting that stakeholder input for the direction that we all want to see for the district. We're going to be doing our work utilizing an equity lens and looking at our data to ensure that our work is prioritized to support our students. And we know we're going to be looking at those with the highest needs first. And then lastly, it really is about that focus on continuous improvement to advance educational equity in all areas. And throughout the year, we will be providing information to the board on where we are with that work. Next slide. So we want to start with sharing what supports we have. And so I'm going to turn it over now to Stan Moisich, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services.
Thank you, Dr. Hildreth. Just before we continue, I too want to echo what a wonderful feeling it has been to see students on campuses. And I know that all our staff feel that way. And what I've been hearing around the district as we've been going from site to site each day is basically what a difference a year makes and how much better it is right now at this time this year. So I believe we're going to start off tonight with our food services and our maintenance and operations folks from the business side of the house.
Good evening. May I have the next slide, please? Hi, my name is Monique Stovall. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, and this evening I will be sharing a bit about what our food services and our maintenance and operations team are accomplishing. Starting with food services, we are incredibly excited to be able to offer all students a free breakfast and lunch every day, just like we did last year. We still need families to submit a meal application because these applications, they help the district to qualify for grants that support our students and support technology. So remember that our meal applications are about more than a meal. Next slide. Our maintenance and operations team, they are hard at work supporting our students. We have high efficiency MERV 13 HVAC filters installed district-wide. There are HEPA air cleaners in each classroom. We've also installed centrally controlled economizers in 90 to 95% of the district HVAC units. And our custodial staff will continue to use EPA certified disinfectant when cleaning per the CDC guidelines. Thank you.
I think we're one more
Next slide. And moving on to human resources.
Right, thank you. I'm Kamaljeet Panu, the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. So we wanted to provide an overview of our HR department and our work to support our students in our school community. So we started the summer with approximately 80 certificated vacancies and 26 classified vacancies. So as of today, we have filled many of those vacancies. We have 11 certificated vacancies that are still currently under advertisement and recruiting stages, and 32 classified vacancies. Many of those classified vacancies were paraeducators that were added, part of the early learning, or not the early learning, I'm sorry, the AB 86 funding. but we are continuing our recruitment efforts there. All certificated positions to start the first week of school were covered with a certificated substitute or an individual that had a credential that was scheduled to be on a special assignment, such as an instructional coach or a TOSA. Now, these numbers do not include that we hired and onboarded and processed over 99 certificated staff and 73 classified staff to help with our summer learning programs this summer, which were very successful as well. Next slide, please. So our efforts for this year, we did host a job fair on July 27th, which was a great event. We had over 73 positive attendees that were wanting to work and wanting to join our family here in WST, attend that event. And HR is going through those applicants and processing the viable candidates that want to continue their candidacy. It was just a good sign for our community, for that many individuals to visit our district office and be excited to learn more about us. Certificated and classified vacancies, there's a list of areas where we are recruiting and advertising our positions. We additionally have reached out to our local intern programs where we have partnerships with, such as Brandman University, Sac State, Yolo County Center of Teaching Credentials. Not on this list is also UC Davis. We have a great relationship there as well. So we are continuing our our recruiting efforts are ongoing. And as soon as we identify candidates, we get them in as soon as possible to get them onboarded for our students. Next slide, please. So for our collaborative COVID-19 response efforts, I've invited HR manager Jenna Rasky who is our district expert in this area and has been leading this work for the last last year, a year and a half. So she is going to join and take over the next couple of slides.
Thank you and good evening. So I'm excited to talk about some of the efforts that our district is participating in to provide a safer environment for our kids and our staff to go back to work. So the first thing on this first slide, these are some of our collaboration efforts. So nobody works alone in a silo, and I really appreciate the district efforts of everybody working together. So whenever there is a positive case on campus, you may receive notification from your site principal, but know that there's a whole team behind the scenes working together. So that's part of our Washington Unified staff working together. I'd also like to highlight, and we'll go through it a little bit in the slides, as of fall 2021, we started on Monday testing saliva-based PCR testing for COVID at the school sites. And we're doing that in conjunction with Healthy Yolo Together. So in June, our school board approved an MOU with Healthy Yolo Together, which is formerly Healthy Davis Together. So we're on a new name now as they expand their efforts. So we've been able to start PCR testing. One of the questions that has come up is registering for testing. If families registered for testing in the spring, when we're doing rapid antigen testing, they do need to register again for Healthy Yolo Together to do PCR testing, but once registered, you don't need to register in between testing. The other thing I'd like to highlight is our partnership with Yolo County. They provide a lot of support in terms of offering guidance when we do have a positive case. They have provided a COVID liaison that will start tomorrow working with us to offer guidance, protocols, and walk us through any scenarios, as well as help with contact tracing. And then Yolo County also provides twice weekly phone calls with Dr. Sisson to give us new and updated advice. So we're at the very cutting edge of any new guidance from CDPH, from CDCC, and from the county. So with our Healthy Yolo Together testing, we have hired a testing coordinator for the district. His name is Sal Lopez. And we currently have 2 teams staffed and ready to go. We did start with a soft launch, and the purpose of that, I'd like to call them hiccups, but we want to make sure we work out any hiccups before we expand testing. But our plan is to expand testing so that we're testing frequently at every school site and giving everybody the opportunity to participate in surveillance testing. So there's just some numbers there for you about how many we've been able to test so far this week.
Anna, I think we need to move
Next
forward on the
slide.
slide.
Oh, I'm
Your-
sorry.
Your slide is off.
I didn't think about that. Thank you so much, Panu. Well, there now you can see the numbers of how many people we've tested, and those numbers include staff and students. And so we've been able to test quite a few every day. As word gets out, as individuals are able to register, and again, we do acknowledge we had some hiccups with the technology. We worked with our Healthy Yolo Together partners. We were able to get more families registered, and we've been able to complete quite a few successful tests. So as of tomorrow, we'll begin community testing open to anybody in West Sacramento at the district office from 3:30 to 6, and that will be every Friday. We're committed until Thanksgiving break, but that could continue if we need to, and we will be expanding our community testing as well. This is symptomatic and asymptomatic testing, and the teams have been performing both this week. No appointment is necessary. Testing is walk-in only, but for symptomatic folks, we will be testing them outdoors for safety. Next slide, please. So this is just a graphic. This is actually one of our kiosk workers, Yelson. He graciously offered to take pictures. This is as simple as the process is once you're registered. Once families are registered, they come in and check in with the registration desk, and they'll be given a little vial, which is the test. It has a little bit of liquid in it. It's just water. Swish it around in your mouth, spit it back in the tube, hand it back to the tester, and Healthy Yolo Together does the rest. They have a courier that picks up our samples and tests them. Results come 24 to 48 hours later. Next slide, please. This is just some pictures from our testing sites this week. One thing to highlight is for any families or staff who are coming to get tested, the test can only be performed a half an hour or more after eating, drinking, smoking, vaping, or chewing gum. So we do ask that people refrain from that because it can mess with the test results. But those are some of our lovely testing staff. And then next slide, please. So our other part of our collaboration with Healthy Yolo Together has been our vaccine clinics. And we started partnering with them on these before even testing. The county partnered us together. And so we've been able to host 9 clinics at our school site since May 17th. One of the reasons why we host vaccine clinics at our school sites is for convenience for families and accessibility, but also Healthy Yolo Together provides clinicians to answer any questions, to provide any support in regard to, we had questions about, hey, well, the needle hurt too bad, or what are the pros and cons of getting the vaccine? Is it still worth it at this point in the pandemic? Which vaccine should I get? We've had a lot of questions that they've been able to answer. And also through our partnership, we've been able to provide consent forms for the vaccines in English, Spanish, Russian, and Farsi. So as we all know, West Sacramento is a very diverse community, and we want to make sure that we provide accessibility to vaccines for our whole community. When you're at the clinic, they do help you schedule a second dose to make sure that the next dose is easy to find and no one has any problem getting the second dose. So our last vaccine clinic was this past Monday at Westmore Oaks, right before their ice cream social. And we hosted it at their brand new facility. And our next clinic is scheduled to be August 18th at River City High School. Again, we've been able to administer 533 doses of the vaccine so far through that partnership, which is really exciting as we look for Yolo County to increase their vaccine rates. And then next slide, please. So again, as we work with Yolo County to get the newest guidance and be up to date on what the protocol should be, they have updated their quarantine guidelines as of this past week. And so these are the guidance. This is the guidance and the flow chart that we use to make decisions. This is our most basic guidance. So we use this as a guide, but every case is different and every case needs individual attention. There's always some unique circumstances. And so we want to make sure that we work with the county to provide the best guidance for our school sites and our staff on how to follow that. And so we do use this as our most basic guide, and then know that each circumstance is different. So some things to highlight on here for students: if they are vaccinated, there's different guidance for if they're unvaccinated. And if the contact is mask on mask, there is the opportunity of a modified quarantine. So we do have all those in this flow chart for you to look at, and I'm happy to answer any questions on those as well. And that is the last slide for human resources. So the next slide is passing it over to technology.
No. Well, thank you. I think Brian was going to take this call, but so I'm not sure if he's popped in here yet.
Just popped in.
All right.
Good evening, President Pizzotti, Board of Trustees, Dr. Hildreth. Technology, you can say we were rocking and rolling this summer. Again, one of the highlights, we collaborated with Ed Services and Student Services to do that data rollover piece, which usually takes, took quite a bit in the past. We had to shut everything down, but this year with the coordination, the communication with each other, we were able to get it over in record time. Not saying that's going to be our new goal every year, but let's just say we got it done quicker this year than normal. We're also still in the process of updating our district network and the infrastructure at the district office and all our school sites. We are also refining the technology support for our community, and also a new tech help desk ticketing system. Seems like it's been rolling out good, and haven't heard too many complaints, but it's been good. And also the new Chromebooks for the TK and 3 classrooms and the 12th graders. We have 4 sites left. They're still coming in. We are based on the distribution of them. We're on their schedule because they're also distributing to the Twin Rivers, San Juan, Elk Groves around. So we're juggling with that. And the thing that we were really happy and honored were we partnered with the city of West Sacramento and the Home Runs, the student internship program. So here's a picture of the interns. And again, they came right in, and we didn't treat them like interns. They were just part of the team. They got in there and they really helped with a lot of this work that you see here, and including some of the 5 truckloads of e-waste that I didn't include on this list, but they hopped in with smile. They came with smiles every day and energized us all as we all worked as a team. And we'll go to the next slide. And this slide's more on the instructional technology piece. So these are some of the new educational websites that we are subscribing to and in the process of, with some of the funding from the AB 86. I have them listed right here. Also, I'm excited working with Matt and Amanda. The technology, we're going to create a professional development type room at the old Westmore. We have 2 classrooms that we're setting them up for technology integrations for after school, having Tech Tuesdays. And our goal is to do trainings on the programs that we already have and to integrate and showcase some new ways to integrate technology in their classroom. So I'm excited for that. So we're building that out. Again, in this day of age, we're waiting on stuff to be delivered, but it'll be here and we're excited. Also with that, tailored into that, bringing back the student showcase. That's one of our goals that we want this year, again, is to share what the great things that our students are doing with technology in the classroom. They're just not all showing on TikTok. Let's show it to everyone in our community that we're doing. And also, I'm going to do through some trainings on those Tech Tuesdays with WeVideo, creating videos and submitting some videos to the Student Educational Video Awards through the Sacramento Educational Cable Consortium. I've done this in the past, and it's an amazing event. It started at Crest Theater, and now it's blown up to Sac State. Kids are walking down red carpets. They have, kids as paparazzi. So I'm excited for this. I get goosebumps thinking about it. So that's one of my goals. And again, down on the bottom with the great teachers and students and everyone here at Washington Unified, I want to be able to tell our story and all the great things we're doing in our classroom. So that's one of my goals.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to update you on childcare. So we've had continuous enrollment. As you can see, we're up to 630 students. These numbers are accurate as of today. The calls are just nonstop. Parents are enrolling every day. So we're happy that we were able to accommodate every single person who needed childcare. We are running into staffing issues just because everyone is having that same issue, but the city is working really hard to hire new staff so that we can be fully staffed. But as of right now, we're doing okay. ACES is doing amazing at all sites. Also, Champions and YMCA are telling me that things are running smoothly. So everything is good on our front. Next is our virtual academy.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting us share. So we've launched our Washington Unified Virtual Academy for the K-8. That is a brand new school. We're calling it WUVA for short, Washington Unified Virtual Academy. You can see our enrollment numbers there. It changes by the hour. So enrollment for our K-8 and our 9-12 programs has been growing by the day. And again, we're just very excited to start the year. Engagement has been high with our students. Our great group of teachers and staff have been making sure all the families can get online. So it's been a really great start. I do want to recognize Amanda Divelbus, who's on the call. So Amanda has stepped up big time. She's continuing her role as coordinator of instructional technology, but she's also been the site administrator for WUVA. And so she's teaching multiple middle school classes right now. So I just wanted to praise her. This academy wouldn't exist without Amanda. So Amanda, there's your public praise. So you're welcome. And so we have a great team of teachers, support staff. Our TOSAs have stepped up to fill roles. It really has been a team effort. So again, you can see our current enrollment is right around 190 for the K-8. With over 100 of those happening in the last 2 weeks. And so it's been growing, and as it grows, our staffing needs to grow to accept it. So we thank our parents for the patience as we're making sure we get everybody in the right spot. So you can see the River City numbers there for the virtual academy. Principal Billingsley is doing an amazing job. She's actually meeting one-on-one for an intake meeting with every family who's wishing to join the River City Virtual Academy. And they're housing that under the River City Independent Study Department. And so her and her team are able to welcome those students virtually and make sure that they're having everything they need. Just briefly about the Virtual Academy for K-8, the students' daily schedule. It is a combination of synchronous live instruction with some asynchronous and independent work. And our teachers are working really hard right now to find that balance of appropriate screen time depending on the age group. And the design of the program, it's the very definition of a team effort. We've had multiple parent working groups, teacher working groups, input from students in the community to really build a program that builds on everything we learned last year. And it really has become something new. We're taking the absolute best bits of the emergency distance learning that we had to do, and we're able to create a program for all the families who want to be there rather than the ones who have to be there last year. So I'm extremely proud of the team to have such a successful launch, and it's nowhere to go but up. We're just going to keep growing. So we're really happy. We can go on to the next slide for professional learning. So I'm just as proud as our professional learning. I will try to speak about it with as much enthusiasm as our virtual academy. We really have a great group of staff who have put together trainings over the last couple weeks, optional for our staff. But I'm just really proud of our teachers and staff members who have attended. During their last week of summer vacation, we had over 380 teachers participate over the 5 days, an average of 76 teachers a day. And that's a combination of scheduled trainings. But what teachers really enjoyed was the paid planning time, which was really encouraged to be collaboration time with their grade level or in their department. So it's been great. We've offered social emotional trainings, academic trainings, and it's just the beginning of an ongoing professional learning plan that's going to continue to grow all year, really based off the feedback from our teachers and staff of what they need. I really appreciated what Daniel had said earlier about the trainings in that PLC community for our paraeducators. It's extremely important to make sure that we're offering them opportunities to grow as well. Our yard staff, we're going to have trainings on PlayWorks, bring that to have collaborative structured games during recess. So it's all hands on deck. Brian touched briefly about the Tech Tuesdays, ongoing tech support on our district supported programs, and how to integrate technology into the classroom. And again, partnering with some of our curriculum partners to offer really targeted trainings for staff, including dyslexia, differentiation strategies, literacy cohorts at both the elementary and the middle school level. So again, this is all based on what we've heard from teachers of what they want, and we want to make sure we're helping them grow professionally. And one of the things that's going to be really exciting is working with our instructional coaches this year, who are going to take the lead on some professional learning, and then they are going to develop their own internal cohorts with the staff that attend their trainings, so they can then push into the classroom, and the trainings that happen aren't just one and done. We'll get to see it in practice and grow and reflect and have follow-up opportunities to grow. So again, it's really exciting, and I'm really thankful for my team who's helped put these together, and really appreciative of the teachers who attended last week and going forward.
Thank you, Matt. That was our Director of Curriculum and Instruction and Professional Learning. And earlier you heard Rahale Atabeki, our coordinator for induction, and works with ACES and of course, childcare and preschool. So right here, this graph gives you a glimpse of our multiple tiered systems of support, which we use to help move our students forward. This chart, of course, is broken up into two parts. One is academic, and one is more behavioral and social emotional. And in this chart, you're seeing basically that one side, the academic side, is what I'll talk about right now. The behavior part and the social emotional part will come a little bit later down in this slideshow. But we'll start with the tier 1 area, which is actually at the very bottom right of your screen. This basically represents all the things that we are currently doing for every student during that quality first instruction that happens every day, which includes our standards aligned learning. We have units of study that have post assessments attached to them. We are doing iReady diagnostic assessments. We will have a window coming up very shortly for the beginning of the year. Our teachers in the primary grades are working with guided reading, and our whole district will now be embarking on professional learning regarding grading for equity. So that's going to be for everybody during the first core of instruction. As we move up the tier, some of the students may have some needs that arise that come out of these assessments. And in those cases, we would be adding some different layers to help those students become successful. Those could take the form of personalized instruction, which we are going to be developing with iReady. It could take the form of peer tutoring. We also have added intervention specialists this year. We've had intervention specialists in the past, but we've added additional intervention specialists for this coming school year, so that every K-8 school will have additional services with our intervention specialists. We've talked a lot about extended learning, which we often do if we think we can help a student move forward. One of those things is FEV tutoring. We're going to make that far more accessible to more kids for this coming year. We have been using it over last school year and in the summer. We've had great results so far with it in looking at how students have been doing, those students who have been able to keep up and maintain their tutoring sessions. So we're going to try to increase that this year. As always, we've had intervention classes after school for students. and we will continue to do so very soon. We're definitely moving up the timeline there. One additional part about that is some of these will be in person after school for kids who want to stay after school, but we're also creating virtual intervention classes for students who may need to go home but still need intervention. So that's something we are adding this year to the afternoon hours. In these cases, of course, we hope that we take care of most student needs between tier 1 and through tier 2. We do have times where we have to go even beyond that, and that could take the form of more intensive intervention. It could take the form of adding supplemental materials that are needed, or a different approach. So that's just kind of the levels that, if you can follow along, that we're going to approach this year. I forgot to mention that we will also have, we're adding paraeducators, as you know. So that's definitely going to be a very big part of the tier 2 piece, where we hope that's an added boost to our classroom learning. And now I'm going to have Stacy Tran talk about the English learners.
Good evening. I'm so glad to be with you tonight and talk to you a little bit about the supports that we're offering this year for our English learners. As you can see by the graphic in the middle, the success of our EL students is not just dependent upon themselves, but also on the teachers and the family involvement. So some of the supports that we're doing this year to support our English learners is daily English language development lessons, which is leveled to meet the needs of the students and based on standards. We're also doing targeted intervention during the day and after the school day for our newcomer students. We also have ongoing progress monitoring assessments to really let the students self-reflect on their progress towards meeting mastery in English, and also to guide teacher instruction. And then finally, as many have mentioned before me, we're hiring some bilingual paraeducators on our team to support small group instruction. We held some interviews last week and we had Farsi speakers and Spanish speakers, and I'm really excited to be able to provide that extra layer of support to our multilingual students. Moving over to our teachers, we are pleased to offer this year at least 2 professional learning opportunities per month for all teachers TK-12, including preschool, they can come too. We also have instructional coaching, and our coaches are available for pre-lesson development, during the lesson support, and then after the lesson reflection, and available to talk to teachers about some next steps. And I'm really excited about the coaching cycles we'll be implementing this year, where teachers come to training and then become part of a cohort where there's follow-up and support. And then finally, I'm very excited this year because I have an EL program specialist on my team this year, as well as an EL teacher on special assignment. So just having additional personnel in the English learner department to help with professional development, to help support teachers, and ultimately to help boost student achievement is really going to be a huge impact this year. Last but not least, our parents, we're excited to bring back in-person parent university sessions this year in multiple languages. We also have our every other month DLAC committee meetings for our District English Learner Advisory Committee, which we're also bringing back in person. Our first one's planned for September 9th. Really excited about that. And then also we have our ongoing partnership with CABE, the California Association of Bilingual Educators, where we'll bring in speakers in a program called Project to Inspire that not only helps support parents as they support their children right now, but also it really gives parents a clear path to prepare their kids for high school, college, and career. And I love that. It's a community of parents together, and it really supports them and educates them because many of them did not grow up in the US school system. So it really just gives them the tools to be able to navigate that for their children. And then finally, our district is always proud to offer English as a second language classes for adults so that they can learn English and citizenship and all the skills that they need to function well in our society.
Good evening. I'll step in. I'm Jay Burns, and I'll talk about this. This is an exciting time right now. So when you look at this, I want you to have energy. I want you to be energized, and I want you to be excited about what we've done as a district. So I want you to think about this. These are things that went on this summer. It's pretty exciting. I'm pretty jazzed. Here's the amazing Stacy Tran to open it up. Go for it, Stacy.
Thank you. You know, I can't pass up an opportunity to talk about our incredible Summer Institute. So here it is. I am delighted that for the first time we had not just an extended school year and English Learner Summer Institute, but we added in a dual immersion component for the very first time. We heard our community's parents loud and clear, and in response to their desire and the students' need, we were able to hire 3 incredible bilingual teachers who did the same exact Keystone Species unit as we did on sea otters, but they did it all in Spanish. So we bought materials. One of our instructional coaches is bilingual, and so she was able to support the teachers in their units in Spanish. Overall, we had right around 230 students participate. We had over 20 teachers, 2 instructional coaches. As Brian mentioned, we also had some City of West Sac home run interns. We had 2 of them. They were both bilingual and supported us all around the campus. We had 19 days with our students, but there was so much growth over the course of those 19 days. It was really incredible. It was such a joy to see our students and our teachers back in person. Last year we did it virtually and it was still wildly successful, but just having the kids back in person, we were at Elkhorn School, which was incredible. It was just amazing. We had 3 virtual classes to meet the needs of the students who couldn't or didn't feel comfortable coming to campus. We were able to support 1 co-teach class, which was a Gen Ed EL teacher partnered with a special ed teacher, and it was a mixed class. And then we had our 3 dual immersion classes. So we were able to support over 50 of our dual immersion students from Elkhorn this summer. And then another opportunity our Washington Unified students had this summer was something called My Spanish Journey, which was introduced to us by my colleague Stephanie Grote. We had over 100 students participate in this virtual program that was available to students in kinder through 12th grade, including many dual immersion students as well. And they participated in weekly theme-based classes conducted entirely in Spanish. So it was truly an immersion program. It wasn't necessarily teaching Spanish, but the kids were able to learn art and cooking and many other content areas in Spanish and have fun as they did it. So it was a really successful program, and I'm hoping that we can continue that partnership as well. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Dr. Jay Burns for the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, the amazing Stacy. Thank you, thank you. So let's just keep going because we just want to brag right now. So we had our summer boost this summer. It was innovative. It was progressive. It was 2 weeks long in length. It was 8 total days. 6 out of 7 schools, Westmore Oaks and Riverbank, were combined. It was fun. It was creative. It was innovative. It was out of the box thinking and teaching, something outstanding. The goal was to get students back on campus, strong focus on social emotional learning, and mix in some academics and have lots and lots of fun. Okay, next thing, we had credit recovery at River City High School. 15 additional high school graduates. Way to go, Jessica Rogers and River City High School. We had 3 additional high school graduates at YOLO this summer. Thank you to Mr. Coughlin and Mr. Dawson. Great job. And then I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the 3 additional high school graduates at Washington Adult School. We had Camp Yampa this summer, and that was pretty exciting. Mr. Chris Hanks oversaw that, creative arts in motion for young aspiring musicians, performers, and artists. We used interns in collaboration with the City of West Sacramento. You're going to hear that a lot today, collaboration with the City of West Sacramento. We had a virtual summer acceleration and independent activities run by Amanda Divelbus. Outstanding job, Amanda. And I believe Matt was involved, so we might as well give him a public shout out too. Embarrass him a little. 4 weeks of live instruction, 3rd through 8th grades, 3 days a week, 9 to 12, math, reading, science, and history. We also had daily independent learning activities. So we had our kids busy this summer. One of the things I'm really excited about is the collaboration with the City of West Sacramento Rec Department. We had 2 one-week tennis and golf camps, and I believe that one of our trustees' kids went to the golf camp. We had summer interns once again with the tech department, Camp Yampa, and with the summer boost. And then recently we hosted a girls soccer camp hosted by the Sac Republic at River City High. Can we go to the next slide? I like to call this one Extended Learning Opportunities Coming to a School Near You. After school programs, sports for learning. K through 8, we're gonna have 4 days a week, 2.5 hours per day at some of our K through 8s. It's gonna be social emotional learning and physical activity. It's gonna be nothing but excitement. And then we're gonna work with the Green Light Get Outside some more company program. We're gonna do some after school programs on 2 additional campuses, mentors, motivational speakers, ropes course, and overnight backpacking. Mr. Moisich, I see you up there in the right-hand corner. Get in shape. You ready to go overnight backpacking? And then Saturday school, here's what we're thinking. Restorative justice program, once again, with Green Light Get Outside, mentoring, motivational speakers, ropes course, and overnight backpacking. Then we're talking about intercession, additional opportunities to support student learning through intervention, enrichment, and acceleration opportunities. Then once again, peer tutoring and mentoring, programs to support student learning after school, helping students become self-sufficient, lifelong learners. And then last is a goal to cultivate community-based options. So we've been working with the city of West Sac to offer programs. One of them coming is a teen after-school program with River City High. Then we're working with the rec center once again for a climbing club for the high school students. That's right, a climbing club. And then we're talking about more camps and clinics. So thank you so much.
Go, next slide. Well, let's keep this energy going. It's infectious. Good evening, everybody. Andre Phillips here, Director of Student and Family Support Services. Really great to be here tonight. I'm so excited about the new school year. The first day I was over at Bridgeway, directing traffic. So I was, really excited about that. So I'm going to take the second portion of that MTSS model of behavior and social emotional learning. And I will start again at the bottom there in that tier 1. What are we providing for all of our students? And I'm really excited. If you look at that first bullet, it's attendance outreach. So I have tasked all of the outreach specialists to make sure that we really reach out to our students and find them and bring them back into our schools so they can get that education that they just so deserve. And secondly, when we get those students back in our campuses, sometimes, we can see if there are any underlying concerns that may have pushed some of these kids up to tier 2 and tier 3. And we want to make sure that we, catch them early and service their needs. We're very fortunate this year to have go from 8 to 11 outreach specialists. And so this is going to help us a lot, and especially in some of those sites that are having some challenges with attendance. So I'm really proud of the team and can't wait to see what they're doing next. Our social workers provide whole classroom presentations. This is usually tier 1 strategies, and it usually comes off of those SEL 5 core competencies: self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, social awareness, and relationship skills. I'm really excited for them. Additionally, the entire team, the outreach specialists, the social workers, and the homeschool liaisons are awesome at being very visible on our campuses and checking in with students, motivating our students, just helping out the general campus support. And they're also great at connecting students and families to community resources. So I'm really proud of them there. We also, in that area, our social workers have done, I think they did 4 parent universities last year, and we're looking to have them double that this year. Many of our team members are obviously a part of that PBIS initiative. So we're very excited about that as well. As we get into the tier 2 and the tier 3, this is generally where our social workers live. And we have increased our social workers as well. So we started off last year, or ended up last year, with 5 social workers, and we are now up to 6, moving to 8. So really excited about that. And along with that, we also have 2 intern social workers from Sac State. And so really excited about having them come in and work with our students. As a matter of fact, one of our social workers was an intern for Washington Unified, who is now employed by WUSD. So we're really proud of, building within, or, getting that support from all of our colleges. So when we get to tier 2 and tier 3, a lot of times it's individual counseling, some group counseling in the forms of sort of pro-social groups or empowerment groups. Oftentimes our social workers will do classroom crisis support, and that usually comes in the form of For instance, if there's a situation in classroom where there's bullying, say, for instance, our social workers are very good at going in and having those conversations and seeing if with the entire class and seeing if we can quell that and end that right there in that classroom before it spills out to the playground. And also they coordinate and arrange community support here. And this usually comes in the form of, as we did last year with some of our outside providers such as Victor Services and Communicare. We're waiting now to find out who our mental health provider will be this year, and we'll bring that to you at a later date. As our kids move into tier 3, and the goal is not to have too many of them in this tier 3. This is where the screening is more intensive. The crisis intervention is more serious, where we may have to do risk assessments. And often we do a lot of one-on-one counseling. And oftentimes there's group counseling in the form of grief and or loss. Next slide, please. So just next steps. Prior to school starting, our social workers presented to our staff in terms of, one was self-care and building communities in their classrooms. We're going to continue offering presentations for our staff who need and wanted throughout the year. We're also looking at securing a social emotional assessment tool. And this tool, if we get this company, it will support every student by measuring, planning, and delivering targeted tiered social emotional learning interventions. I think the goal is so that we don't allow our students to fall through the cracks. We're going to provide more professional learning for our staff. And a lot of this professional learning has to do with either, as I mentioned before, self-care, substance abuse, suicide prevention, things that they can learn in order to help our students. And lastly, we have resources for SEL. As you know, last year, a lot of our resources for SEL surrounded coronavirus and how to deal with it and stress. We have updated it, and we have 3 buckets there for teachers, parents, and students, and we will continue to monitor those. And as soon as we find more resources that we can put in those areas, we will upgrade that. And that's all I have for you today. Thank you.
Good evening. Next slide, please. This evening, I'm going to highlight 2 opportunities for this school year that were brought about through stakeholder input, along with the services Dr. Phillips spoke about, as well as the many individual site supports for students and families. The district is facilitating a Title I parent participation training by in collaboration with Positive Discipline Association, who will offer those parent trainings. In the area of student motivation and fitness, each school will have access to virtual and in-person lessons and assemblies, as well as family nights with Sammy Circuit. So with that, I will turn it back over to Stan.
Thank you. That is the end of our presentation. As you can see, there's a lot of things that we're working on as a district, and our team is trying really hard to provide a lot of services for our families. This is a new year, and although a lot of people look at this in a traditional sense and compare it to 2019, which is the last time we were in person to this level, we know that it is not the same as 2019. We've been through a lot in the last couple of years. A lot of those things we've had a lot of anxiety about, a lot of concerns and challenges. However, we've learned a lot too. And so as we move into this school year, we're hoping to take some of those lessons with us, because we know this is not the same as what we did before traditionally in person. We're going to have to add layers, and we're going to have to add different supports that we never thought of before at a different level. So that's the end of our presentation tonight, and we'll leave it for you to give us any feedback or thoughts for us to look forward to.
Okay, before we turn it back to the board, let me ask if there's any public comment on this.
There is no public comment received.
Okay. And in that case, I will ask, is there board members that have questions or comments? Trustee Barnes? You're on mute. There you go.
You couldn't read my lips. Yes, I definitely have comments. I'm so excited about all of the things that we have going on. I wish I could talk about my excitement for each one, but I did take some notes. And I thank you so much, to Jenna, being in healthcare myself. I know that was really hard work, and I appreciate all that you and everyone, because I have been part of this whole testing circuit. I know it takes a lot of coordination. Awesome that we hired a testing coordinator. Really good move. I'm excited about that. So I think we're doing a ton to keep students and staff and community safe. I appreciate that a lot. I think the testing is great. Let's see. I took a ton of notes there. Oh, WUVA. That was funny. I like that. And then I think you answered that question. Nope, not a question. The DI Summer Boost and Keystone in Spanish, I need to personally say thank you for that, because it was an incredible program. And I think our summer would have been very different without it. I know a lot of people were very pleased and benefited greatly from that. And then I really appreciate I did have one question. Where are the ESL classes for adults held? Is that something that we'll talk about later?
I don't know if we've determined all those dates and times yet, but that is something that we're going to put forward. I think it's to be determined in terms of time and location. We'll definitely put it forward so that everybody knows about it.
Perfect. And I know we have a ton of programs going on, so we'll probably clarify with all of it, but these are just totally all so awesome. The doubling up the 8 parent universities, I think, is going to be huge. So also I appreciate all of the effort that you've put into the social work and partnering with schools and community places like Communicare and other things like that. So this is totally awesome. I'm still super excited to be a part of Washington Unified. So thanks for all of everyone's super hard work.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez.
Okay, thank you. That was like 15 presentations in one, and they were all good. So I do have questions that might jump around a little bit, but I do really appreciate the work. And I'll just start with the point that I made to my daughter. Oh, made me want to cry. And I said, oh, we're about to have our weekend after tomorrow. And she said, I don't want to have my weekend. I want to keep going to school to learn and get smarter and have fun. They're so happy to be at school. So thank you to everyone on this meeting. Thank you to everyone in our school sites, to our classified employees, to our administrators, to our educators, to district office staff. Every single one of you. It doesn't get said enough. So as I go into this, a couple questions. I had registered for Healthy YOLO Together over the weekend when there were some glitches before we could do school sites. So I'm still not clear, and I know if I'm not clear, probably others aren't. Let's say my child's school has testing from 8 to 2, right? Does that mean I sign a waiver and I can sign up and that the school site can take my child or children to get tested as a parent? Does that mean you leave work and come to the school? What does that look like in terms of how the testing actually happens at the site when we sign kids up?
Great question. So that is coming. So it's a double answer for one question. So for these first 2 weeks, this soft launch is more about getting parents, if they want to come with their students to register, walk through the process, answer any questions. All of our testing teams will always have a registration worker who can help with registration. But this week we have extra registration support as part of our soft launch. And so parents have come And I know it can be a little bit of a complex process. So parents have come and registered on the spot and then been able to see what the testing looks like to get a little bit more comfortable with how that works. And same thing with staff. We've had staff that want to go get tested and then they've gone there and registered on the spot. So we definitely have that support available for parents now. Moving forward, after this 2-week soft launch, we will be doing testing during the day where the schools will have a list of students who are registered and be able to get them tested during the day.
Great. So if we want to do, if our school, and I know we can go to any school, but let's say Monday has, is their site to be tested. I'm at work. So would my husband then register, come to the school at like 9 and my child would be pulled out of class because the hours were school hours, or is the idea to come after school or before school?
The idea is to come any of those times. If you want your child tested during the day and they're registered in advance on through the Healthy Davis Together, Healthy Yola Together, sorry, I'm going to get that right. You can go ahead and call principal or email Sal Lopez, whose contact information is listed, and they can pull your child or any child out of class and get them tested. Or there's the option to come immediately after school or to the community testing time. And so we wanted to allow that flexibility for parents to be able to come with their kids during the day, but also understand that it may not be possible for all parents to come during the day. So there's the after school option, or do please work with Sal and your site principal, and we'd be happy to test them during the day.
Thank you. I'm so grateful for this. Other districts are not doing this, and it's incredibly disappointing. So to see that we're making it easy on families is just phenomenal. So as we think about then messaging, maybe just making that clear to families that the goal is that your child can be tested at school without you there. Because I know a lot of families are, do I leave work? You know, what does that look like? And so this is as easy as possible, which is wonderful. And then my other question was thinking about, I heard some interesting feedback about, and I didn't experience it personally, so FEV tutoring in terms of maybe not hearing a real voice or through the program. And I know that we just heard that there has been some really good results from it. So just as we think about that program, but probably really any of our programs, even social worker groups and whatnot, that we're collecting feedback from students and from families and teachers of the students who are impacted in whatever program it is, to make sure we're hearing from them. Because sometimes people will share something like that on social media, or it comes up in a conversation at the grocery store and you think, oh gosh, well, I wish you would have said something, because we don't know what we don't know. And so I'm just thinking that as we look at how we utilize our monies, that we really ask for feedback in all of those places. And maybe that's happening, but food for thought as we move forward. Okay. And then, and then thinking about, I love all of the programs that are coming up. One that I did not hear moving towards, and so I just want to throw it out there as an idea as you look at all of the programming and ways that you're bringing in incredible vendors, is thinking about art therapy and music therapy. I know we've utilized them in the past. I was at Sutter Health looking at their incredible music therapy program recently, and it turns out that our prior superintendent, Linda Luna's daughter-in-law, now does that program at Sutter Health with music therapy. So just thinking about how we utilize those tools, they're especially after a year that has been so hard on our kids of trauma, that maybe there's some great vendors out there or our own staff that can do more around art therapy or music therapy. And then I think in terms of the tutoring, just jumping on Clerk Venegas, who's always talked about student tutors as well, as we think about how we can utilize our high school students. And then the last piece I have, and I thank you for bearing with me as I jump, there's just a big presentation, is do we have, as we think about our rollout of school and getting everybody on campus, do we have schools currently that have students who are eating lunch indoors?
Yes, so currently the guidance allows for, basically it's recommended to go outdoors as much as possible. And so that's what we've been doing. However, we have not, at some sites, particularly, there's more indoor than maybe other sites. A lot of that's based on the logistics of their building, of their size, supervision. But we have been going outdoors as much as possible. That's the guidance our principals have been given, and that's what they've been trying to do.
Thank you. So I'll piggyback on that a little bit, or maybe dig deeper, because I know that for some, we were hearing about benches, which I very much appreciate that we've ordered so many benches outdoors for lunches or for learning. But I don't think that should be a barrier, because I also see students every day. My own students, or children, will sit outside on the grass and eat lunch together. And so I think that maybe other parents feel the same way. I know I would prefer my children even sitting on a cement blacktop over in a cafeteria if I don't know what that looks like. So if we have students in cafeteria, what does that mean for capacity? We're all used to seeing a big cafeteria. What does that mean with YOLO Health? Have they seen that facility and looked at it and seen what's happening and given kind of an okay? I think that our families are really expecting us to utilize outdoors as much as possible. And when they hear that their children is not, that is a surprise. And so I want to make sure that that communication is happening. And I don't want benches or seating or anything else. I know that smoke and rain or maybe some other things that are harder to control, but in terms of space, I really hope that we are getting our kids outside. And I'm going to be really strong in what I say right now. And I would say that I would pull my children at lunch from a school site that I did not know they were eating indoors in. So that's how strongly I feel about that. I know that other parents feel that way too. So I want to make sure that it's really communicated with them what that looks like if it's not outside. Thank you. Those are all my things. And again, I appreciate all this hard work, everything everyone's done. It's huge lifts, and it's, I appreciate everyone here more than I can say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. If I can just say, we appreciate that feedback in terms of especially the eating, and we will follow up. I know we have heard from principals who have shared that what you said, that their students are eating on the grass, they're eating, they're just so happy not only to be back, but they are taking advantage of not just the benches or the tables, but eating like picnic style because they're able to interact with their friends. So we are seeing that, but we definitely want to make sure that we get more information about if there's any indoor eating constraints, what those are, and just communicating with families that we take seriously, guidance, and are utilizing outdoor just as much as we possibly can. So thank you for sharing that.
All right, thank you. And now we'll move on to Clerk Venegas.
All right. Great job, everybody. Everybody's doing a great job. I know everybody's working really, really hard and leading with love and leading with their hearts. I mean, it's a big, big deal. I can tell you personally that in the community that I've spoken to a lot of parents, and they're feeling the care. And I think that's always important with doing so much work behind the scenes. I think that ultimately we want our community to feel cared for, and I care about you all. So thank you for putting in the work. Thank you. I'm going to piggyback on Sarah and really pushing this student mentor piece, giving our high school seniors and just the ones that just graduated as well the opportunity to give back now. I think there's such a window. When they're looking for opportunities, they're looking for a place of belonging. They're looking for that purpose. Really, when you're that age, I think you're seeking purpose and something that's meaningful. And I think what's better than education and really being able to make an impact, especially this year that I believe we're all just looking to build out this trust and build out this strong foundation within our community. So I think that they can definitely lead the way. So I would emphasize and really want to see a push on that so that our students can get to work and help each other out. The next piece in talking about art and therapy, I know I have mentioned to Dr. Hildreth, well, actually, you all had mentioned in Kobe as well, murals and being able to have these murals on campuses and having our students engaged and participating in murals. So I know I've introduced a couple of different individuals to Dr. Hildreth and really would love to see that and be a part of that project and document it as somebody that works with school districts in the greater Sacramento area. I can tell you that I'm constantly getting calls from other districts about what are we doing to help with relationship building. So I'm going to say that relationship building is big, which brings me to my next point. So I would like to see that with all of these different vendors. I can tell you my personal experience. Usually they're very positive. It's a very positive move. So I do appreciate bringing in and looking for support from outside of our campuses to come in and especially help out with our teachers and help out with the social emotional learning piece. The part that I am a little concerned about is maybe I didn't catch it, but how are we measuring the effectiveness of our providers or our vendors because of the fact that I know that SEL has a lot to do with relationship. It has a lot to do with consistent, positive, and healthy relationships. So as we're thinking about these providers or vendors that are supporting with tier 1, tier 2, are they coming in with their data? How do we know it's being effective? How many students? What capacity are they supporting? Is it just 30 students? Is it the entire school? How many staff members are they bringing on campus or in person if they are doing in person? So I guess one is how many students are being impacted, especially when we're talking about tier 1. I know that this means that if they're supporting with that tier 1 piece, that means that all students are being served. At least that's what I would imagine. Or how would we decide what students do get the service versus what students don't? And second would be making sure that we are seeing some data of effectiveness, and since we use the MTSS system, is how does their data fit? So that way it's making sense and our teachers are feeling supported and our counselors are feeling supported, and it's holistically supporting the vision and the mission of that our language, right? What we're looking to attain here in our district. So that's what my concern would be, is it's making sure that that's being measured, especially with something, that can be so sensitive like the mind and like those emotions, with our students. That's it for me.
Thank you, Clerk Venegas, for that. I probably should mention that within that tiered, a very important part of that tier is the connections of staff and the relationships of collaboration. And so we do take a lot of data. There's different data that we do collect for over the course of the year. I pointed out to some assessments, and so we will be looking at those results ongoingly. And so we have set up data meetings at school sites to focus on that. But even at the school site, they have ongoing weekly collaborations to talk about student progress. And so,
and are the vendors a part of those meetings, or is that a requirement of the partnership, or is that not a?
Typically not the meetings I was talking about just now. No. But there are other meetings. Sites have MTSS meetings, and they do reach out to the vendors to talk to them about what's going on or what they're seeing. So there is dialogue. There is ongoing dialogue between staff and the vendors, if that's what you're asking. They may not be at every meeting the way they're not on staff, but we do reach out to them to have dialogue to talk about how what's going on with student progress.
And the train's passing by, so thank you.
Oh.
Okay. Moving on to Vice President Wong.
Thank you. It's a long evening, but yes, I think somebody said it's like 15 presentations in one. So I have 15,000 questions or comments. So first of all, thank you. I mean, we're on day 2, y'all. Like, have faith. We're gonna fail forward. Mistakes are gonna happen, and I think that's okay. It's an iterative process. No one's perfect on day 1, right? And information gets changed. So I've always said from the beginning of grace and space. We need that, and we need to give ourselves grace and be able, and then also respond when we actually take a breath and move forward, right? Leading with love, the relationship building, but also that relationship with ourselves, right? As we whew, this is day 2, and the energy and the love and the vibrancy of our community and our districts is so phenomenal, right? So thank you all who were able to make that happen. If I'm looking not at you, I'm just actually scrolling through the presentation to make sure that I ask all the things that I've commented. So I apologize if I'm not looking directly at the screen. So excited for Breakfast for All, because I do remember doing the community eligibility program and saying, and at that time, Kobe was saying, all the kids need to be fed, all the kids need to be fed. I'm like, no, but it's only eligible for these schools, and proud to have been part of a coalition that actually now allows for all children to have food, breakfast and lunch and snack, and not worry about food shaming, right? That is so huge, so great. And you were heard. And so sometimes we just have to be patient about that. So really excited about the National School Lunch Program. And those who were able to make it, because I know food security has been a huge issue during COVID, right? Our families getting food, and you look at Yolo County Food Bank, all of that. And I think for those of folks who are watching, schools are centers of community. Can we remember that? Sometimes I think people think that we're not involved in all these things, but we are actually helping make sure that our families and our children are fed. So proud of that work. I do also, but with that said, really do want to emphasize that you're right, the lunch program is really important because it impacts our Title I and a number of other things. So really, again, you don't have to tell me how, but really kind of hammering hard on still kind of getting those data so that we don't lose other opportunities, that we don't lose our proportionate of the CDE pie, if you will, when we get the state funding, because everything is based on that number. And so we don't want to lose any of that because we have the concentration grant. We are actually benefiting, if you will, from the funding model that is because we are a high poverty district, a Title I district. And so the data that we are receiving, a lot of the advocates are nervous, quite frankly, that yay, great win, food security taken care of, but really there's this other issue in regards to our personal funding to keep on doing the equity work that we need to do. So just kind of from a fiscal brass tacks, and I'm looking at Monique Stovall's face, so I'm like, I hear you, I see you, so let's get that done so that we don't lose our proportion of the pie. On to human resources, and thank you for the data, because I know a lot of folks in my kind of middle grades, if you will, are concerned, right? I've heard all of it, and also my personal child. Well, I have a submom, right? Which is okay, but can you help? Just again, don't have to kind of go into super details, but give folks an idea of what the process might look like or do we not know? Do we have an estimate or idea of how and when some of those vacancies can become permanent or filled? Especially in the middle school, kind of levels.
So currently, we are trying every day with outreach efforts. So the process is, we identify a candidate that has the suitable credential. That's always our first goal. And then we go through the hiring process, which is interviewing resumes and what have you. The second tier of that is we look for candidates that could qualify for a short-term permit or a provisional credential based on if they're have the units, they may have a science or a math background, and that's the area of expertise that we need a teacher. So then we work with those candidates and our Yolo County Office of Ed to see what type of a credentialing they would qualify for. And then the other thing is if somebody is intern eligible. An intern eligible individual would be someone that is willing to go through or join a intern credential program or I'm sorry, a credential program, either through the county or through a private university. There's several programs out there that we would work with that candidate to get them a job offer where they could go to that university or that program and say, I have a job that will pay me to be an intern as long as I'm part of your program. So there's a couple of different ways that we are trying to fill these vacancies right now.
Yeah, thank you for that, because I think people are just, don't understand the full process on the HR education side.
Mhm.
And these are core subjects, right? And so people
Yes.
are just asking a lot of questions. So thank you for that. With that said, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to fill some of those vacancies, and especially our high needs schools sooner rather than later.
Absolutely.
Right. And so I know that you all are working hard, and I know in full transparency, you're not fully staffed. So I want to acknowledge that too. And so to the degree that there is anything you propose for us to help smooth out the process, would be open to hearing that too. Kamaljeet. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm giving everybody a little bit of love. Brian, Tech Tuesdays, can school board members participate? No? Where did he go?
You can participate. I can
You
answer that
open
question.
doors, red carpet, anytime.
Okay, I don't know what that is, but it sounded really cool. And I was off of social media for quite some time just posting stuff, but this sounds like a way that I would re-engage, right? Because I am learning that's how kids communicate now, because I have a teen soon. So, what a great way, what a great program. And thank you for kind of thinking of us and bringing it here, because I think that's a really great way to engage, re-engage our kids. Because again, I think the conversation in the summer is like, what are the things that we can do to re-engage the kids back? I mean, they love being back, but also keeping them here and like just invested in learning, right? So Tech Tuesdays for sure. Thank you for that. And then, Jenna, again, thank you so much for all the hard work on the COVID stuff. I won't reiterate what Christy said, that's your woman's work. And so thank you for that. And I know that, a lot of people are getting a lot of questions, you're getting them privately, publicly, all of that, and just appreciate kind of, it's hard to coordinate, as Christy said. So just giving you some just acknowledgement of the wonderful job that you've done with that. So yes, thumbs up, thumbs up. And Tech Tuesdays. Rahale, I know that we got some more funding for ACEs. Was that able to, again, I have love for everybody, right? Sorry. And I'm trying to speak really fast. I know that you said that they're understaffed, but are there actually open positions in ACEs that we need? Okay, cool. So we have open, yeah.
Yes,
Do we
money
know
is not the problem. It's just people.
Okay.
we need to get.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just for my own notification, do you know, I know you don't, if you don't have it now, it's totally fine. Do you have an average of how many extra slots that opened up for people?
We can, even not counting the extra money we got, we can use another 6, 7, maybe 10 staff. And that's not even counting the addition. This is our normal staffing.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
So yeah, we just are having a hard time filling out spots, just like everywhere else. It's kind of hard. But I'm sure that's going to really help once that kicks in. The extra money is going to be great.
Okay. And is the funding per hour, that's just set funding by the city, or however, like, is that the salary feels right?
That goes by the city, yes.
Okay.
But they will, once we get this raised per student, it is going to help raise that too. Yes.
Awesome. Okay. So that might kind of draw some more.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Thank you. Matt, do you really just pronounce it Woova, or do you say Woova? Just joking. I had to do it. Nobody else did it. Chrissy said it was funny, but
they're working on finding a mascot, and one of the middle school students today said Woova Wolverines, and they shortened it to Wolverines. So
okay, that's a little bit more
idea
cooler.
By one of the middle schoolers.
Yeah, cooler than what I just did. Really cooler than what I just did. So that's why I don't do marketing. No, but thank you for that. Ingenious, super fun. Jay and Stan, thank you for supporting Greenlight Go. I've heard nothing but great things about you and communication with them. They are dedicated, so thank you for supporting that. Thank you for bringing restorative justice to our Saturday programs. I've been talking about that for 5 years now in a really holistic, real deep way of actually, instead of punishment, we are actually empowering young people and exposing them to the experiences, the positive experiences that other kids get. And so to be transformative in how they engage with us. So thank you so much for taking that on, and really excited to hear more about that. The other thing about being back in community with everybody is hearing the parents. Like, we have our own personal stories of what you've been doing during the summer. The countless numbers of parents who I've run into said, oh my God, Jackie, that summer program was so good. My special needs students was so good. Like I don't want to be here at X school. I actually want to go back to Riverbank, right? Like, if this doesn't work out, I'm just going to go back. Like, can I just go? I'm like, yes, you can go back to Riverbank, right? So just kudos to the summer staff. I mean, I think I cry every single year, ever since I've been on the board, about the work of ELL and what Stacy and others do, but to expand and see it. I'm hoping that it's sustainable and we have funding, and as a board, as we think about that, like if those are things that we can continue to budget for or raise money for, whatever it is, I think the parents and the community and the kids, the feedback was so phenomenal, and just want to give you all kudos for doing that. Like, after everything that was happening last year, it was a really great kind of summer program, and everybody was just so juiced to come back because of that. So thank you for that. So I am going to move on to the mental health stuff. I know that it's important to Trustee Barnes and others who have mentioned it as well, is that Dr. Hildreth, eventually, you don't have to say, talk about it now, but really would probably like an update from you and others about the work around our EPSDT programs. People have been asking about data. You've seen the data that I've shared with you in terms of full transparency. For some reason, our EPSDT numbers have declined, our access in services. So not sure that, Trustee Venegas, you said about data, but at the same time, it's a two-way street. Like, are we actually utilizing, are we actually referring folks, and are we actually getting those billing numbers in? And so I know that Dr. Hildreth and team are working hard to unpack about what that means. It's not just them coming, we have the money. I think that's what we have the money, we have the resources. Are we actually, and this is more of an education, are we articulating the social emotional supports clearly? Because, I'm hearing from certain just folks of like, okay, we're trying to refer, but like, do we have mental health services? And in my mind, we passed this, but then, looking at the data and access points, like what's going on here? And so how can we improve upon that? And I know you are working hard. You've talked to folks at the 2x2 about community schools and clinics and all of that stuff. So in the future, would love to hear more about what you're doing about that, because what we saw today is not the end all be all of everything you're working with. And I would love to hear more about that.
Will do gladly. Thank you.
Yeah. And then just working on this continuous cycle of reflection and improvement. Love that. Love what we're doing here. Like, we are, we used to say go slow to go fast. Is that what we used to say? But also this opportunity to just reflect back and enjoy and celebrate what we're doing and improve, right? Like, it's, again, I'm going to go back to, it's an iterative process. Lastly, I know, not lastly, we still have Kevin Bracey, Stan, or others? Yes. Okay, I just are we, we might get that from this presentation. Like, what happened to Kevin? Okay, I just wanted to.
We probably didn't mention everything that we're doing. You are correct. We tried to get as much as we could, but it was pretty lengthy. But yeah, he's still part of Dr. Burns. Dr. Burns works directly with him.
Okay, gotcha. Well, how we love Kevin Bracey. So we all will probably get like, hey, we saw who's Sammy Circuit? I thought, what happened to Kevin? Like, okay, I just want to be sure for transparency and for this conversation that Kevin is still with us, because he's done such a phenomenal job. And then looking forward, and I know that the professional developments, we have dyslexia training. Before I forget, I had a meeting with UCSF, the Dyslexia Center. They're running actually a program through the Sacramento County Office of Education. And you know me, I always say, hey, why not West Sac? Why not West Sac? They may consider us to be part of that community of practice through SCOE. And so can I connect you? And I know it's an important thing for President Pizzotti and others to do this, but to be part of a UCSF study and a community practice around this would be phenomenal. And so just,
Please,
thank you. Can I share that with both
Please.
you and Dr. Hildreth?
Yes,
And
please.
and it was a month ago, so I'm like, hopefully it's not too late. And that's all. So thank you for answering all my questions in rapid fire motion and bearing with my mom humor. So
Thank you, Vice President Wong. And I will say that the one bad thing about going last is that everybody usually touches on the questions, but I guess that's a good thing too. One of the things I wanted to thank someone for right away is Rahale. And we had an issue with the YMCA and their rates being jacked up astronomically compared to where they were, and even compared to where they were, where Champions is, which was another fee-based provider of after-school care. So I do want to say thank you, Rahale, for answering my and as well as other school board members' inquiries as to what happened. And I don't believe the YMCA actually, was in contact with you when those rates came out. So I want to say thank you for getting that issue settled. I've heard a lot of thank yous from the parents.
You're welcome, and I'm glad we were able to settle that
Yeah.
with them. They also were they realized that after we talked for a few days.
Yeah. It's always after we talk, right? But I do want to say thank you. I mean, it was much appreciated. I've gotten great feedback from the parents, ever so grateful, because many of them have multiple kids in the program, and a jump like that would have been cost prohibitive. So, I just really am so grateful for that. Next, I want to go on to testing, and I'm just curious as to, in terms of the testing programs, like now that, and I shouldn't be just testing, it's vaccinations and testing. So it's kind of a multiple program. I'm curious as to how are we conveying this information directly to the students, not just to the families, because we do have a number of kids at the high school that are 18 that can sign up on their own, or well, maybe they're not 18 right now, but they will be in short order. They can sign up for testing fairly soon on their own, and they want to get tested as part of this program. How are we going about communicating directly to them, as well as the vaccinations? Like many of them, we can actually start communicating with them and at least getting the information directly to them about our vaccination programs and our clinics and so forth, and not necessarily relying on the parents. So I'd like to find a way to get information to kids as well as adults to make sure that, we're getting it out there to everybody possible.
Thank you, President Pizzotti. So we have our normal channels of communicating through district communications, setting it home. Right. On the River City campus in particular, we are planning on doing more regular testing on their campus than any of the other school sites. And so where Mira Souza is on the line as well, she's from Healthy Yellow Together, and she's helping us with more signage and getting the word out on the campus. So it becomes almost a normalized part of school experience that, hey, this is where testing is. We're here at least a few days a week. It's drop in at any time, come on in, get tested. And we really want to make it just a normal part of, what's available on school campus. There's lunch in the cafeteria, there's testing in F Commons. And so that's really our goal. And in terms of vaccines, same thing, we definitely publicize on the school campus, not just through parent communications. And you'll I don't know if you've seen our numbers, but for our vaccine clinics, when we hosted them on the River City campus and on the Bright campus, proportionally, those were our biggest numbers. So when we're hosting vaccine clinics on River City campus, which is why we're coming over again next week, we were getting 120, 140, 200 students and staff and families, but primarily students vaccinated on the campus.
Okay.
And that really is our goal, to be able to reach every student in the district who's 12 and over, so that they know that, hey, this is an option, this is available. Come on down and get your vaccine, get your test, and it's available and accessible.
Great. And are we making sure that we get the information out to staff as well? Because I just want to make sure that a lot of times, there might be a miscommunication in terms of the staff not knowing how a program is set up, right? Like, do they have to register first before they can get that information, before they can go and go into the testing? We now know through what your presentation said tonight that it's a drop-in, right? We can do walk-ins at these sites. But I just want to make sure that we know that now that testing is mandatory for those unvaccinated staff, that they know that they can go drop in at the school site and make sure that information is communicated to staff as well.
Yes, so all of our communications go to staff, and we're making it a goal to communicate daily about testing. But along with that, so we really have appreciated all the community and staff feedback from the last week of our soft rollout. We've made changes. We've changed our communications. We've changed our process. We've gotten more clarification from our Healthy YOLO Together team about how we can communicate better and get that information out. We also added in all of our notification letters, if a staff member is exposed, or if there's a positive case or something like that, or even if there's just a case on campus, we add all the dates and locations of the upcoming testing clinics so they can know exactly when and where testing is offered. And I know from our numbers today, we had almost 30 staff members who took advantage of the testing at Riverbank and went and got tested. So
that's great.
But we are always happy to take more feedback. So if there's something we can do better, or clarify, we're more than happy to take that as well.
Great. Mira, did you have something you want to say?
I did, but I realized that I could also just jump in here. So hi, everyone. My name is Mira Sousa. I coordinate K-12 efforts across DeLorean County with Healthy YOLO Together. Thank you so much for having me here. Just wanted to say and jump in here that I appreciate that feedback, that how do we get this messaging out? And I think Jenna's done a really awesome job. I think Yorgos is here too. Thanks for coordinating with us. I also wanted to just jump in here and say that we feel it's very important to leverage trusted voices, right? Including school leadership and including, familiar faces around, like people like you, like students want to hear, not necessarily just, somebody from Healthy YOLO Together says, go get tested. They want to hear from, their parent, their teacher, et cetera. So I think all together, when we have this common messaging, we can work together to reach this common goal, keep our community safe, keep our school community safe. And yeah, just moving forward that way, I think it's important that we also leverage these trusted messengers.
Awesome. Thank you. And I will say that I and my daughter will be getting tested tomorrow at the district office from 3:30 to 6. Because just wanted to put that plug out there. So that's when many people can go get tested if they wanted. A couple of other questions I had were about the sports programs and the testing that will be involved with the sports programs. I know guidance hasn't come out yet on that, but I mentioned it before at the last board meeting that I would like to see. I'd like to see mandatory testing of sports program athletes, as well as band and other extracurricular activities. that, may put people in close contact with each other that may or may not have a mask on, right? So I would really like to hear what we have started or thought about putting in place on that, because that's very important, especially as we're starting football season. The last thing we want to see is 50 kids on a field, all of a sudden one exposure can quarantine an entire team, right? So I'd really like to hear what we have.
Sure. So Dr. Jay Burns works with our athletic programs from the district level. And so, last year we were very fortunate to actually have athletics and also 6-8 athletics, which was kind of something that most districts did not do. And so going forward this year, we plan on doing the same thing. And in fact, athletics is going to be starting competitively at the high school level very soon, I believe next week. So Dr. Jay, if you're on this call, would you want to take that question?
Yeah, not a problem. Great question, Mr. Pizzotti. I've been looking into it. The only standards we have out there is from CDC, and I was reviewing those again tonight. I'm working on writing that up tomorrow and giving a rationale and sending it up to Assistant Superintendent Moisich and Dr. Hildreth. And as of right now, CDC has some guidelines out there, nothing from CDPH or from CIF. So I'm going to kind of base it off of the CDC guidelines and then send it over to the superintendent and Assistant Superintendent Moisich from there. Keep going with the questions if you have them.
Yeah, I think I certainly hope that we get some good hard information from either CDPH or YOLO, or maybe we inquire to YOLO and CDPH on what their recommendation is for a testing program of athletes and extracurricular activities, and even classes like band. So I personally would like to see it mandatory as a condition of participating in the sport program. I don't know what the rest of the trustees feel, but in terms of making me and I'm sure many others feel comfortable about having our student athletes participate in the safest fashion possible with limited risk of exposure while out on the field, then we would really want to have a regularly testing program. So that's just my thoughts. And thank you. I see that you put the guidelines from CDC in there. And I'll read those when I have a chance. So thank you. And I look forward to hearing your recommendations soon. And with that, I have no further questions or comments. Anyone else want to double back? No? Okay, great.
Well, I actually have one question
okay.
following that is, and you don't have to, and I may have missed it. You're saying, Jay, that CIF hasn't provided any rules? Okay, we'll just wait then. Okay.
Yeah, no, they haven't.
I just wanted to kind of double down on that, but yeah.
Yeah, and then nothing from county health otherwise, where they also had recommendations for youth or guidelines for youth and recreation. Nothing. So when you look at this in the link, look at sports and other extracurricular activities when you have them.
Yeah.
It's just
and the reason why I say that
it's the inter-county stuff that I'm actually, when you compete, that's why I asked about CIF. That's all.
Yeah. And the reason why I say that is we travel, right? Like our kids don't just stay on our field, and it's not just West Sac kids playing West Sac kids. No, we travel. We go to, all across Dixon, Yuba City, go up to Grass Valley, we play everywhere. So, I'm just a little concerned about, how do we make sure we do this safely, and that's just it. All right. Thank you. And moving on to M2, 2021-22 Washington Unified School District 45-day budget update. Monique Stovall, Assistant Sup of Business Services.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Monique Stovall, the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. This evening, I am sharing with you an update to our adopted budget. Before I begin, I want to make sure that I thank the Business Services team, especially Kylie Lane, our Food Service Director and her team, and Shannon Tweely, my administrative assistant, who helped in the preparation of this presentation. Next slide. I like to begin every budget presentation by showing the annual budget cycle. So the way that we do budget development and work our budget in school districts, as you know, very similar to private companies, is it's a cyclical type of situation where we actually begin in June with the adopted budget. That's something we've already completed. In July, we have our enacted budget.
Is it me or do we lose Monique?
The
It
budget
froze for
proposal.
me.
There we go. Okay,
Am I back?
you're back.
Okay, I'll keep moving on. I'm going through the budget cycle, and basically it's an annual budget cycle that we follow through each year. Next slide. What I'll share with you this evening, that's going a little odd, is an overview of the legal requirements for a budget, 45-day budget revision, some key budget updates that may affect our adopted budget, and our next steps. Next slide. So the legal requirements. Education code requires us to adopt our budget for the following year by July 1, and we did that last June. It also says 45 days after the governor signs the annual budget act that a school district needs to make sure that they're making for public view any revisions to the revenue or expenditures that's a result of the Budget Act. This year, the Budget Act was signed on June 28th, and 45 days later is today, August 12th. Next slide. So a district, as I shared, is required to present a revision to the adopted budget only if it makes what's called a material change as a result of the Budget Act. And that material change can be defined by the district or the county office. This year's Budget Act provides for some additional revenue, some decrease in expenses that we do not believe necessitate a material change to the district's budget. In addition, the exact amount of some of these changes are unknown at this time, so we don't believe we're in a position to be able to identify what, if any, those material changes would be. Therefore, we plan to reflect the changes of the Budget Act in our upcoming unaudited actuals and our first interim budget report. So this presentation is not a revision, but an update to our budget. Next slide. So let's talk about the budget changes. We'll start with changes to our unrestricted funds. For the community, as a reminder, our unrestricted funds, those are funds that we can use for almost any allowable services to be able to support our students. The first change as a result of the Budget Act is that we anticipate an increase in revenue of approximately $1.2 million for our local control funding LCFF concentration grant. There's specific requirements related to these monies that we anticipate that we'll receive though. The other change is the elimination of cash deferrals. In previous budget acts, last year, we had cash deferrals. So the money we were supposed to receive, the state basically said, I'm giving you an IOU and we'll give you your money later. Thankfully, we are getting that money, that IOU is being repaid much sooner than we anticipated. We'll receive our money this August instead of November. In addition, the cash deferrals, which I like to call the IOUs, were eliminated for this year. There's no impact to our budget as a result of this, but it does help us to ensure that we have the cash on hand to be able to support our students. The next is for our state unemployment insurance. At adopted budget, the rate was set at 1.23%. This was over a 2,000% increase in our costs. And thankfully, that was changed and the rate was set at 0.5%. And that is resulting in about a $400,000 decrease on our budget, which is really something that we are happy about. And there will be continued evaluation about what the rates will be in coming years. And last but not least, our reserves, our ending fund balances. We anticipate, based upon the budget, that in the 22-23 school year, our assigned and unassigned reserves can be no more than 10% of our annual changes. You might say, well, this is 22-23. Well, what this means is we need to begin making decisions now to be able to determine a plan for what we will do as a district with any reserves that are above that 10%. And we recommend that we really think of long-term planning when we're making sure that we are preparing to address our our reserves. Next slide. Now let's talk about the changes that will reflect our restricted funds. Our restricted funds are funds that are restricted. We can only use them for specific purposes. We anticipate an increase in our funding for our special education programs. We anticipate that through our SELPA, our special education local plan area, that we will be able to experience some ongoing funding increases. We also anticipate one-time funding through the Special Education Early Intervention Grant. That's a one-time funding and it's very specific. We also anticipate one-time funding to address our student achievement, educator shortage, and preparing for our universal transitional kinder, and also to support our kitchens. Our budgets will be revised and developed as the restricted dollars are finalized, and we anticipate including these changes in our first interim reporting period. Next slide. So what are our next steps? First things first is we need to close our books from last year, paying special attention to those ending fund balances and identifying our options for use of any excess reserves. Then we will also make sure that we're determining a plan to use those increases in our LCFF concentration grant dollars. And finally, we'll work as a team to develop and update budgets by the first interim budget report. Next slide. As I begin a presentation with our annual budget cycle, I like to end it with our annual budget cycle just to remind us of where we are. We just completed our 45-day budget update, and we'll be back together in September to present our unaudited actuals. I like to kind of explain what unaudited actual stands for those who don't really understand it. It's basically, it's our actual expenses for last year that just hasn't been audited by our auditors yet. Next slide. So that concludes our budget update, and I'm available for questions at this time.
Great, thank you very much. Before we go on to questions, I'm going to ask, is there anybody wishing to make public comment, Mario?
There are no public comments received.
All right, thank you. And since I went last time, I'm going to go first this time. Monique, I saw something on there that kind of piqued my interest, as it's been a topic that I've been talking about for a very, 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 very long time. And many of the board members who have been on the board with me for a while have known that I'm constantly asking about other post-employment benefits. And it looked as though that might be something we should be possibly considering, since we have a pretty decent reserve right now, especially for when there is a rainy day, right? We all know that, you know, when you put something into a fund, you can set it aside. And then when the rainy day comes and we don't have that extra money for post-employment benefits, we can pull from that to reduce the burden to the general fund. And I just want to say I was very thrilled to see that little blurb in there about that, because that's something that I think is something we need to consider now that we've become more healthy with our reserves than previously. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. Now that I've said that, I'll move down to Vice President Wong.
And to that end, I'm sure we're all excited to actually pass a resolution to that end. So
I would love that.
Later today. So, I mean, it's also actually an action item. So thank you for that. I just have one comment, and just because it is just my current world now in terms of TK coming in 2024. I know, again, it's a longer, robust conversation, and you all know now I changed jobs often, but now I'm at First Light California. And so the 0 to 5 space is one that we are actively involved in. And I want us to consider creatively, because we have such a great WestSAC home run program. And the city has been so good with our 0 to 5 to kind of think creatively about what that transition will look like, because, you know, I don't even know if we have the facilities, right? So is there a way to kind of fully support the mixed delivery system that we've done so well, that I know Vice President Pizzotti and I believe, or President Pizzotti and Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez had been on Up for WestSAC, and a number of other things that have seeded the mixed delivery, high quality system in WestSAC, and that we should kind of consider, how do we actually, as we you know, kind of reset the baseline for funding, are there ways to be creative about working with the city on a fully mixed delivery system? Because as you know, over and over from an equity lens, that parent choice is really important to us, right? And to drive kind of with the needs of the community versus kind of pushing down. So I'm just going to cede that. I know we have years to talk about it, but I'm just going to put that out as a first point of conversation. But thank you for everything.
Welcome.
Hey, Clerk Venegas, did you have any comments?
I'll just say
There you go.
I'll just
Sorry.
say thank you. I'll just say thank you. I'll keep it short. Great work, and definitely looking forward to continuing the conversation to learn more about this budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Trustee Barnes.
I don't have anything. Thank you. That was very clear and concise, and I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you. And then Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez.
Thank you. I do appreciate the way that you walk through all of the complex lingo and everything else for us. So thank you for giving such a clear presentation, which helps break down a very complex topic for everyone else. I actually wrote down the same thing. TK is what I wrote down, and what preparation looks like. 20 years ago, I taught preschool, and I love preschool ratios. I've also taught kindergarten, and I don't love kindergarten ratios. So love kindergartners. So the ratio, you know, I think was a concern for me the moment, you know, we've talked about TK, but obviously there's a clear inequity that our oldest students get TK and already come in, you know, ahead. So I am glad that is changing. But the same thought came to me was, what does the preparation look like? Does that look like bathrooms in our classes? What is this going to entail? And the time is going to go fast before it's implemented. So I know that that was on here in terms of preparing. And so I hope that we hear more about that to the same point that Vice President Wong brought up and what that looks like. And will our families, knowing constraints of the time, knowing constraints of the ratios, choose TK over if they have a high quality preschool too? You know, there's a lot of things that play all in here. So, but I'm excited for where we're going, and I appreciate all the work that you've done. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. If there's nothing further, I'd like to thank you, Monique, for that presentation, and we shall move on to the consent agenda. Let me ask this. Is there anyone wishing to pull an item off of consent? Seeing and hearing none. Okay.
Want to take public comment?
Yeah, I was going to ask that question. Is there anybody wishing to make a public comment about consent? Mario?
Sorry, I was frozen. And I just got a pop-up that says my connection is unstable, but there's no public comment.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mario. And with that, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move, and I'm excited that Project Church donated to our seniors. Want to give a shout out to my home base and my family. And so really just grateful when community comes together in all my different ways. So I move.
Awesome. Moved by Vice President Wong. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Trustee Barnes. Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. The consent agenda is adopted. Moving on. Let me scroll down here to action items. 01, the approval of waiver for River City High School physical education 4x4 requirement renewal. Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Dan Moisich. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Pizzotti. As we discussed earlier during public hearing, we are asking to be in compliance with statute 51222 for River City High School to resubmit a waiver to the California State Board of Education, requesting that students complete their required physical education minutes every 10 school days within one term as opposed to throughout the year. And so we're asking for you to accept that motion or pass that motion so that we can continue with the current 4x4 program as is this year.
Great, thank you. Is there anybody wishing to make a public comment? Yorgos, do you see anyone? Or Mario?
No public comment received.
Great, thank you. With that, can I get a motion to approve the waiver for River City High School's physical educational requirements?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Clerk Venegas. We'll start with Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
And I too vote aye.
Thank you.
There you go. Okay, 02, adoption of resolution 2122-02 for the establishment of Fund 20, special reserve for post-employment benefits. Monique Stovall.
Hello, I'm back again. I do want to make a quick correction. In my earlier presentation, I said thanks to Kylie Lane for food services, and I meant to say fiscal services. So my apologies. Thank you, Kylie, and your fiscal services team. This resolution is in line with some of the comments we had in my earlier presentation on the 45-day budget update. The resolution gives the district the option to establish a Fund 20 should we want to earmark monies to pay for future benefits for our retired employees. Again, this is a resolution just to simply allow us to open the fund, the use of the fund, And what's important about being able to use this Fund 20 is monies deposited into the fund are revocable. So should our district's financial situation change and we need to use those monies, they are available to us. As I mentioned earlier, we are closing the books and we'll get an idea of where we're really landing as a district. And we anticipate bringing forth a proposal to fund the Fund 20 later on after we close the books. What questions do you have?
Is there any, well, let me ask quickly, is there any questions from the public?
There are no public comments received.
Okay, I saw Trustee Barnes with her hand raised.
I'm just curious, revocable, is that without penalty then? That's
yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Great. Is there any other questions from board members? Great. Thank you again. Once again, I'm ever so thankful. This is, something that is only going to help us as we move forward. And it's great to have a savings account for rainy days, especially when it comes to OPEB. I've seen how this could be such a drain on many local agencies, and I'm just really grateful that we're finally addressing the issue. So with that, I will move it. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Trustee Barnes. This is a resolution, so I will read the resolution. Washington Unified School District Resolution number 2122-02, resolution to establish a special reserve for post-employment benefits, Fund 20. Whereas the school districts are authorized by Education Act Code Section 42842 to establish a fund known as the Special Reserve for Post-Employment Benefits, and whereas such fund is authorized to account for amounts the LEA has earmarked for the future cost of retiree benefits, but has not contributed irrevocably to a separate trust for the retiree benefit plan. And whereas the Washington Unified School District has an accumulation of funds for such purposes, therefore be it resolved that the governing board hereby authorizes the Yolo County Auditor and Treasurer to establish a restricted fund to be known as a Special Reserve for Post-Employment Benefits Fund, Fund 20, in accordance with the Education Code Section 42842. Passed and adopted by the Washington Unified Board of Education and the Washington Unified School District at a meeting held on August 12th, 2021 by the following vote. Okay. Did I already take the vote on this? No? Okay, sorry. I get excited, all right. With that, I will vote yes. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
And that is adopted. Thank you so much, Monique. Okay, let's move on to 03, approval of employment of certificated employees provisional interim permits. Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Mr. Pugh.
Good evening. The board is asked to take action in acknowledging, in alignment with the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing approval process, to acknowledge the letter that is as a public action item, which publicly states that the district has hired teachers in high needs areas with provisional teaching permits. This action item is in alignment with the previous declaration of need for fully qualified educators that was presented and approved by the Board of Education on May 27th of 2021. So what this calls out, trustees, is that we have looked for fully credentialed teachers in some of our high needs area And due to a shortage of those fully credentialed individuals, we have hired individuals, as previously mentioned, that qualify for a short-term provisional permit. So the board is actually asked this evening to take action, acknowledging the awareness that these individuals have been hired by the district.
Great, thank you. Is there any public comment?
No public comment received.
Great. Is there any comments or questions from the board? Seeing and hearing none, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
I second.
second by Vice President Wong. We'll start with Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
Aye.
Clerk Venegas,
Aye.
Trustee Barnes,
Aye.
and I too vote aye. And forgive me if I have to lower my voice a little. My daughter is trying to sleep in the room next door to me. So moving on to 04, the approval of the contract with Madsen Roofing for the YOLO Roofing Project. Monique Staval, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
Hello again. So I'd like to start with giving background on this particular project. So this item was on our agenda on July 22nd, and it was removed from the agenda while we verified our bid awarding procedures. Through input from legal counsel, we confirmed our bid awarding procedures and are requesting approval of a contract. I'll give you background on what this contract entails. This is for the YOLO High School roof. And the project include what's called a base bid, and that is the foundational part of the bid to replace the roof at the high school. It also included 3 alternatives, which the first alternative was to install a permanent safety walk pad equipment adjacent to roof mounted heating, basically HVAC, for future use and safety. So when our maintenance team is working on the roof and on our HVAC system, that they would have a safe way to do the work that they need to do. Another alternative included replacing the gutters and the downspouts. And the last alternative included request for quotes to do the work after hours. So that we would not have to impact our students as much during the instruction, because we knew that construction would need to occur during the school year. So the district planned to award the bid based upon the base bid, that replacement of the roof. Per Public Contract Code 20103.8, the district was required to specify the method that it would use to determine the lowest bid. And that method, to identify the method in which we would identify the lowest bid and award the bid, was included in our notice to bidder document that was provided to all of the contractors. And the method in which we chose to award the bid would be evaluated on the base bid, on the foundational project, meaning replacement of the roof, of the roof. So based upon the 3 bids that we received, Madsen Roofing was determined as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder based upon the base bid. Their base bid was $1,022,368. And the district recommends including the 3 alternatives. The 3 alternatives came to a cost from Madsen of about $133,000. So we are recommending the approval of a contract with Madsen Roofing for the base bid and all 3 alternatives for a total contract of $1,155,209.
All right, thank you. Is there any public comment?
There are no public comments received.
Okay. So I know I received a letter on this, and let me see if I can pull it up. Oh, let me see. Here it is. Okay. So I can download it. Excuse me. And this is from Roofing and Solar Construction, Inc. And I believe it's from Phyllis Wesson. And it says, "Dear respected board members, we are writing to protest project award to Madsen Roofing that is on the agenda for the board meeting this evening. RSC is a certified small woman-owned company. The project was originally scheduled for award during the July 22nd board meeting. RSC submitted a written protest after viewing the agenda that day on the district's website. The project was going to be awarded to Madsen Roofing based on the bid and alternates 1, 2, and 3 that actually made RSC the lowest responsible bidder by approximately $45,000. In response, the district pulled the award from the agenda. Since that time, we have been in contact with district personnel attempting to find out what the district planned to do about the project. After business hours on August 10th, we received an email from Angie Nichols notifying us the district was moving forward with the award to Madsen Roofing. Attached to her email was a letter from Monique Stovall, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, dated several days earlier on August 4th. In Ms. Stovall's letter, she references that RSC did not comply with the bid protest requirements. We did not submit a bid protest, and there are no processes for submitting a protest of award. We did not learn the district intended to award to Madsen on base bid and 3 alternates until the day of the board meeting after viewing the agenda online. Ms. Stovall cites a section of the notice of bidders as justification to award to Madsen on the basis of the base bid, despite awarding the alternates. This process is arbitrary, unfair, and undermines the public bidding process. How does the district justify spending an additional $45,000 in taxpayer monies for the same work? RSC has performed many roofing contracts for the school districts in the Bay Area. In fact, we are currently working for the Sacramento City School District and have never experienced this type of award. The base and alternate prices are always included on the bid forms and awarded based on the total amount. If those alternates are not used by the owner, they are deducted from the contract. In closing, the project should not be awarded tonight. RSC is the lowest responsible bidder based on the amount of the award. In the least, the district should rebid the project, and the award should be made on the value of the complete work and not just the base bid. So, okay. Now, having said that, are there any questions or comments from the board?
Monique, can you help me explain what that letter meant? To be honest, like it's a lot of like, it's not my
Agreed.
lane. I'm not facilities. I'm not on the facilities committee. So in very, very simple Jackie terms, like what is that actually? What were they protesting? What's happening here?
Yes.
And our justification. Yeah.
Absolutely. So I will give you, I will explain the letter, and then I will explain why the district believes that it is in our best interest, and we are also following the correct parameters and guidelines and laws to be able to recommend that we move forward with the contract with Madsen. The vendor is stating that they are protesting the award, and the reason for protesting the award is because their combined bid with the base bid and the alternatives is less expensive than Madsen, which it is. However, our district's practice has been to award bids based upon the base bid. And the base bid, remember how I said the base bid, basically the foundation of the project, the main purpose of the project is we need a new roof at Yolo High School. And that's the minimum that we want done. That's the basic project. However, we also want to consider those three alternatives. Okay, so that was the safety features for the HVAC, the gutters, and then working after hours. What the company is saying is collectively with the base bid and the alternatives that were less expensive, so you should award to us. However, there's two different areas that we need to evaluate in their complaint and also in our practices. That's why we took a step back in July to say, let's take a step back, let's press pause and make sure that our practices, our past practice and our current practice is above board. And we followed public code and ensured that in our notification to our bidders that we clearly stated that we would award the bid based upon the base bid, based upon the foundational work of the project, which is the roofing. And Madsen had the lowest amount. However, we are recommending, and it is at your discretion, we are recommending that we do include those alternatives within the project, those three alternatives. When we include those three alternatives, Madsen does cost, the entire project does cost more than the other vendor by about $45,000. But we cannot award to this other vendor, to R&S, because they didn't win the bid. They didn't have the lowest base bid. And that's what we said. We would base our, goodness, I'm using base a lot. That is how we said we would award our contract off of the amount bidded for the base bid for the main part of the project. The other part in their letter is they are stating that they're protesting. So when we do bids, and it's spelled out in the instructions to the bidders, there's very specific criteria when a contractor, when a bidder wants to protest. And it was spelled out in our instructions, and other bids that I've done have this criteria as well, that if you want to protest, you have 3 days to protest, and you have to do it in writing. We opened the bids on July 1. And so therefore the deadline to protest was July 7th, because we took into account the holiday in July. We did not receive any information from this particular vendor until July 22nd. So they're not in the protest parameters. And I did confirm, we did notify the bidders, the all three companies that did bid on the project before July 22nd.
Do you know what day?
I'm going to have to look back in my notes because I knew it on July 22nd, and I'll have to look through my notes because that was something that I wanted to make sure that they were aware of. If you give me a moment, I can look that up really quickly.
The reason why I asked that is if you're saying they must have submitted a protest by July 7th, then we must have notified them before July 7th that they didn't receive the bid.
Exactly. And I think another important part of this, and I am working with our fiscal team on this, and they did kind of ask those questions as well and walked us through it, is we worked with our legal team on this project from the beginning of the bid to the bid notification, to the documentation, to our response to this particular vendor, and just really evaluated our processes to make sure that, in their opinion, we were following all of the steps that we needed to take, including notification of our vendors of our intent to award.
Thank you
Okay.
for that, Monique. Helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Again,
Thank you.
just very simple. Like I'm like, "Ah, what is all this?" So, but yeah, thank you for explaining that, and thank you confirming that we had a legal team on it.
Yeah. And I was just wondering, well, I'll have the other trustees ask other questions if they have any while you're looking up that date for us. Thank you.
You're
Um,
welcome.
Anyone else have any questions? No? Okay. Well, hold on a second while you look that up.
Let's see really quickly. You guys I might lose you on screen. Bear with me. I'll spend just a moment, just a little bit more on this. I don't want to take too much time. And I also reached out to our team. I text to see if they can give me something quickly.
And we're just, President Posada, we're just trying to confirm the date for your own edification for.
Well,
I mean, I feel confident in moving since the legal team had looked at it in detail and the dates, and I'm assuming they looked at that, but I'll just wait till we find.
yeah, I hear you. And I was thinking the same thing. The only question that I have is, since Monique said that they have 3 days and they weren't within those 3 days, it really would help for me to know that we did notify them on, say, July 3rd or something to that effect. You know, that we were in compliance with that. And we didn't hear anything from them until July 22nd. That makes sense. But you're right, that was over the 4th of July weekend. So if we notified them on July 5th, 6th, and 7th, then yeah, that makes sense.
And just a reminder, they did not contact us until July 22nd.
Right.
And I'm confident, and my apologies, this may be a document that I may have in the office. I'm not able to find it really quickly, and I don't want to, if you would like me to continue looking right now, I will.
I mean, I
but-
trust our staff, and I trust the legal team as well. I would just like for you to forward that information to the board after we
Absolutely.
take care of this and make sure that we're in compliance. And I know Madsen is a company we've actually done projects with before. I mean, I'm confident of their work. And with that, is anybody wishing to make a motion to approve the contract with Madsen Roofing for the YOLO roofing project?
Yeah, I move.
Moved by Vice President Wong,
I second.
second by Trustee Barnes. And we'll start with Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes,
Aye.
Clerk Venegas,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
Aye.
and I too vote aye.
Thank you.
Moving on. P1, Board Governance, the approval of revision to Board Policy and Administrative Regulations 6158, Independent Studies. Assistant Superintendent Stan Moisich.
Thank you. Governor Newsom signed Assembly Bill AB 130 into law on July 9, 2021. This bill makes changes to independent study. Essentially, AB 130 added new elements to be included in board policies. And what we've submitted here tonight is what CSBA has sent out to districts in order to meet the criteria of AB 130. And this is a word-for-word proposal from CSBA, exactly how they've recommended it.
Great, thank you. Is there any public comment?
There is no public comment received.
Great, thank you. Is there any comments or questions from the trustees?
I have a
Good to
question.
me. Oh, go ahead.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, go ahead.
Thank you. I have had some parents come to me with questions, and so I want to clarify what I would think to be the correct answer publicly, and that is if they're seeing numbers increase in the community and they're feeling like they maybe have a high-risk child that they do not want to come to the school setting at this time, but they would like to hopefully finish the school year or get vaccinated and finish. And they have seen this language in independent study. Do you recommend the virtual academy program, or is this an option for a family like that that is looking for something for a few months versus maybe a short quarantine time?
Yeah, well, we would honestly, we hope that if they go into the virtual academy, that they will find a success there and stay as long as they possibly can. But we understand the draw for in-person learning. We completely understand. This would allow them to transition. If they chose to go into the virtual academy, they are allowed to go back into their regular program at some point later in the future when they're feeling more secure and safe. So if they're looking at a couple of months, they're better off coming into the virtual academy than doing something else short term.
And maybe like a trimester, or I understand it's very disruptive to be moving, and certainly would never in a normal
it's very
world
difficult.
be talking about this, but yeah, given the circumstances. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I have no other
Vice
questions.
President Wong?
Literally word for word for CS. No, I mean, it's literally word for word CSBA recommendation and is aligned with state statute. So it didn't go through the policy committee, but I did take a quick look and it looks, I mean, it looks fine. So.
Okay. So can I get a motion?
I move.
Moved by Vice President Wong,
Second.
second by Trustee Barnes. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
Aye.
Trustee Barnes,
Aye.
Clerk Venegas,
Aye.
Vice President Wong,
Aye.
and I too vote aye. Moving along, P2, Equity Governance Workshop, Superintendent Cheryl Hildreth.
Yes, good evening, trustees. I wanted to bring forward a recommendation for us to continue our governance work together and really strengthening our equity lens and coming to a common vision through our work with Nicole Anderson and Associates. And we started that work in developing an equity statement. We're looking to develop an equity policy, have our protocols in line, and really get to the point where we're developing an equity action plan. And so that's going to require us spending some time together, meeting and having some deep and meaningful conversations. And so I am proposing that we schedule our next equity governance workshop for Saturday, October 9th. And that would be a full day session from 9 to 3. That really will allow us, I think, the time to have really good discussion for a longer period of time. But wanted to make sure that that date works for everyone's calendar. And if not, I will work with Nicole for some other dates available on her calendar and bring some other recommendations back to the board.
Thank you. And since this was an agenda item, I'm going to have to take public comment. Is there public comment?
There is no public comment received.
Great. All right, trustees, does October 9th work?
It doesn't work for me.
No.
The 2nd and the 9th, I'm very sorry, and I can't change it, or I would. It's, but I can, other than the 2nd and 9th, I can do any Saturday. I could do a Sunday, but sorry.
I'm so sorry too. Same, literally same.
Got it. So, well, let me make sure that a Saturday works. If I just want to make sure that at least with a day. And so what I will do is again, connect with Nicole and ask her to give some dates after the 9th on Saturdays, and bring some recommendations and send that out to you so that we can finalize a date that works for everyone.
Not the 23rd of October.
And I'm not available the 16th. So maybe
We'll
we're
figure
going.
30th. I'm not before Halloween.
Either.
We'll work it out. We will work it out.
Seems like the 30th right before Halloween.
Yeah, right.
Like that's literally the only date.
Yeah.
Like we did that last year too, didn't we? We knew
we
there
did.
was no Halloween.
Right.
Well, I can always just, and since you're looking at, is September Saturdays, should I include that as options with Nicole?
As long as it's not the 11th, it's my birthday weekend and I plan to be out of town.
All right. So I'll provide some September dates and October 30th.
You don't want to like share with us? Let's see how that is. Yeah,
Hey, I'm going to be half century years old now, and I'm celebrating in style. Yep.
That's exciting. The 18th of September, I have CSBA stuff, which I might be able to reschedule if we decide on that date.
All right.
That's the only Saturday I have problems with in September. It's the 11th.
Okay. I will get back to you.
All right.
Unless you invite us to your said party.
I believe that will be in Pebble Beach. So
We're totally fine to go to Pebble Beach.
We are. I'll pay out of pocket, so it won't be on the
right. All right. Let's move on to Q, board and superintendent comments. Dr. Hildreth, would you like to go ahead and go?
I would. I have just some exciting things just to show and share, and it's been great. Just getting to this point, I feel like probably one of our students, because this is my first full year, like my first day of school, starting a school year. So just had the whole, butterflies in your stomach, trying to make sure everything was perfect this week as we prepared to welcome not only our students, but we prepared to welcome our staff. And so we know that has been an ongoing tradition in the district to celebrate at the high school, but we had gotten a lot of feedback from our site leaders who were asking, could we get some more time with their staff? And so we did some modifications. We reached out to our bargaining unit partners and created a schedule to allow site leaders, WSTA, and CSEA to still have time with their members. And then our team provided breakfast, and then we went out to meet with everyone on Monday. However, there was an error on our part, and I want to publicly acknowledge that and apologize to our CSEA members who we just are so grateful for all that they do. But with our team, our new team planning, we made some miscommunications and didn't realize that not all of our CSEA workers were back on Monday. And so some of the things we were able to do in going out to meet with CSEA on Tuesday, like we did for WSTA, we were not able to do that. And so when we heard about that, we just were so disappointed, because we never want any of our CSEA employees or any of our employees to feel that they are not valued and we do not appreciate them. So it's all about reflection and saying we can do better. And so what we have done, I reached out to CSEA President Daniel Gandara, and we had a really good conversation. I appreciate his time and his input about ways to reconnect. And we missed especially our own district office staff. We got things out to everybody but our own people. So we sent out a letter to them this morning. We're going to have breakfast for them. Our site leaders who also are going to have some things for their CSEA members who started Tuesday and not Monday. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows we appreciate them, and we are making sure that we refine our practices and our traditions, not only at the beginning of the year, but also throughout the year. So that's how we started the week. I did a video message, and I also appreciate those WSTA and CSEA members who have reached out to me and shared feedback about how much they appreciated the message and just are really looking forward to the work we're going to do together this year. So with that, I just wanted to share a couple of highlights from these first, 3 to 4 days of this week. So next slide. So we started a lot of new activities. First and foremost, we're excited about our 5 days a week, our traditional learning model. We want to highlight that for Washington Middle College, they don't start until Monday. So just want to make sure people are aware of that. And in the community, we had the opportunity to participate with our West Sacramento Police Department for National Night Out. It was a great way to see people in the community, and thank you to President Pizzotti and Trustee Kirby Gonzalez for a wonderful bus ride and spending time together. We spent last week welcoming our new educator employees and onboarding them. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we had our WSTA and CSEA return. Next slide. So on day one, we just were excited to see the kids. We started at Westmore Oaks. We had a photo booth. There was a lot of excitement. Kids were hugging and just so excited to see their friends. And I think, as somebody else had mentioned, staff were just thrilled to be back. And it really made us all appreciate being together even more. Next slide. Again at Westmore Oaks, and then I was able to run into President Pizzotti and Vice President Wong, and with some parents. It was just a great energy on our first day. We had the media out taking pictures at our sites. Good Day Sacramento, KCRA in the morning gave us good coverage. They interviewed Principal Cormier at Westmore Oaks. They also went to Stonegate, and it was just a happy time. We started our soft launch of our COVID testing. Also had media coverage on that. And again, highlighting how we really are taking into consideration supporting not only the academic needs of our community, but safety as well. Next slide. We want to make sure, I think, as President Pizzotti mentioned, the opportunity even to come to the district office for the community to get their testing. Next slide. On National Night Out, again, it was just really a good opportunity for me to learn more about the district and begin to really engage with the community and have the opportunity to ride one of our wonderful electric buses.
I like turtles.
Next slide. Just showing you the opportunities we had to engage with our new teachers and counselors, and the whole team was there to let everyone know the support that we are dedicated to provide. Next slide. And so I'm out. That is the goal, to be out and meeting with people. So I was able to go to Stonegate and thank our cafeteria workers for just feeding our kids and meeting with our HVAC and electrical staff who are out making sure that the air conditioners were functioning, and our administrators who were on site. And then for me, I think the best part was actually being able to go into classes and seeing kids doing group work. It was just the highlight. Next slide. Also wanted to go out and see how are we managing the eating opportunities for our students. And so here just wanted to highlight, this was our kinder and first grade students. They're outside, they were eating outdoors. Their teachers and our new supervisors were out supporting the students. Next slide. And again, want to just end with that, being grateful for being part of the community, grateful for so many as I'm able to get out who are welcoming me and the executive team to the district, and their excitement is infectious and contagious. And, you know, we just look forward to being out together more and celebrating all the wonderful things in the district. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Hildreth. I'll start with board comments, and I'll start with Trustee Varnas.
Thank you. We covered so much at the start of school. I feel like we, but I do want to say thank you to everyone, CSCA, WSTA, and all of the staff for this awesome year. The girls have both been super excited. Now I have a kinder and a second grader, which is so weird and so exciting. I don't know if you saw them burst in here because they were so tired. My poor husband was like, no, don't. But anyway, it's been great. I mean, awesome that they get to spend time and learn and spend energy at school and learn at school and make friendships and have social connections. It's just amazing. I'm so excited. about that. And so I do want to just say thank you. With that, I was also thinking about Trustee Kirby Gonzalez's comment earlier on and you had the slide of the cafeteria tables outside, which are totally awesome. I'm so excited. I did also hear a little bit of concern about the cafeteria tables. Or I'm sorry, indoors, eating indoors. And I was just thinking, what if we did something outside, like, I don't know, encourage them to bring beach towels or something. Maybe that's way too much trouble. But if there really isn't enough space, our goal is to maintain this momentum and keep everybody from having to go home and quarantine. So I think if that's a thought, maybe we could do something fun outside. I know they won't melt, because I definitely ate lunch outside in Texas for 18 years. Or I wasn't in school 18 years. However long I was in school. Anyway, but I really am so excited about this year. Thanks to everyone. And I look forward to what we get to do together. And I think that covers it. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
It really, it is just so magical, right? To be back with our kids, and it feels so good. So, I appreciate everyone so much for all the work that they did. And, you wrote classified employees, and we had our certificated employees who are so critical to the work that we do, that you all do, but also our administrators, also our district office staff. You have all done really heavy lifting too. So thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hildreth, for all of that. And also outside, there's no cleaning of the floors. It's really great. There's no mopping. So in terms of some other things to think about, I know, because even though we're only on day 2, we've already had positive cases. I have where I teach day 2. And so it really is that critical piece of our families. We are all in this together in terms of getting tested regularly. But I hope that that people who are eligible will vaccinate. It protects all of our kids, and we want them to stay because it feels so, so good to be there. And National Night Out is how I spent part of my 40th birthday. So I don't know, President Pizzotti, think maybe we could do a retreat on yours.
Well, you'll see me on my birthday, which is the 9th, which is our board meeting.
Which is the board meeting. Okay, well then you get a free pass. We really know how to have fun around here. But it really was a great night, and I appreciate very much. And Jody, who's the bus driver, she gives all her time, and it's amazing. Oh, I have to say this story because we pulled up to some of the apartments that they're pretty far, from Westfield, too far for kids to walk. And they said, oh, our bus driver, got all excited. And they had pulled their children to go to a charter school. And they said, but we're back because of you. We're back because of you, our bus driver. And now they're back at Westfield. So just proof that all of our employees make such a difference in the lives of our children and families. And then I owe an update, which I will send to folks here behind the scenes doing all the work, but it is really a big deal that the budget passed $250 million over 5 years for national board certification. That is the highest level of certification that educators can receive. And it is a big win for districts like us, because if you are in a high priority school, which is 55% or more of students who are second language, foster youth, free or reduced lunch, then you can earn, not our district paying, but from our state, an additional $5,000 a year for 5 years. And so that will help us retain some of our incredible educators. I already know national board teachers who are incredible, who are now looking to go back into, maybe they made a move or they've been in other schools, wanting to be in schools for one, to serve, of course, kids that need them, but also that is a nice little perk to have and will help us. So I will send information on that. It's still now, right, it passes in the budget. And then how does that look? How do you access it? What does that mean? So Stanford has a National Board Resource Center, which has put together incredible work over the last few years, and it's free to access. So if any teachers are in their spare time on day 2. I'm sure they're all sleeping, but watching this, know we have at least one, then it's a great opportunity. Also, with that, I appreciated seeing on the agenda. I know it wasn't that long ago we had looked at it, but I appreciate seeing once again the dress code policy now that we are back to school, and seeing the implementation and what that looks like. I appreciate having time to reevaluate maybe some of those pieces. And I hope that in the meantime, and having the policy subcommittee doing that, but in the meantime, I hope that no children are in the office because of their shorts length or anything else missing instruction. We want them in class learning, right? And the other piece that I wanted to share was with volunteers. I know that we are not having volunteers right now, and I understand why. But I do hope that everyone will consider a soft rollout of volunteers, what that could look like if volunteers show, especially as our staff will have to, vaccination status or testing or both. But if we can look at ways that we can, again, begin to utilize them, or maybe in the soft rollout, even just, here's my crate of papers to take home and file for me. Because I know that our educators could all really use that too, even if our volunteers are not coming into the classroom, but they're such an asset. And I know that we can all use them. And thank you again to everyone, to the whole staff. It is a privilege to serve in this district, and I'm really, really proud of everyone here. So thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez. Clerk Venegas.
Yeah, let me start off with gracias a todos. Gracias a todos. Everybody, thank you, parents, students. I want to hear students' voices, right? It's day 2. Great work to everybody. And just, I think just for me is just a reminder that times are going to change, right? There's going to be constant change, which requires constant navigating. So not to get, frustrated, not to get just nothing is set in stone. We want to continuously make the best decisions to keep our entire community safe. So I'm going to encourage our parents to continue to speak to our, your board members in your area, and to just keep that willingness to be open and to be as present as possible, because it's how we got here, by working together. And it's going to be a requirement to continue to work together in order to keep us all safe and keep us all in school, right? Like Sarah said, is we'd love to see our little ones in school and seeing our campuses thriving and full of life. So in order to keep that going, it's going to require all of us to continue to keep that open mind, and following guidelines so that we can continue to have a thriving year and a successful year. So definitely looking forward to speaking with some students here in the next couple of weeks to see how they're feeling, see how they're doing, but more so learn to see what they're creating, because creativity is big. So definitely looking forward to our campus thriving. So gracias a todos, and thank you all for your great work.
Thank you, Clerk Venegas. Vice President Wong.
10 o'clock. I think we're done.
Okay. I think we completed our work. Let's do a motion to extend for 5 minutes. I'm just kidding. Motion to extend. Anyone?
Second.
So moved. I'm happy to hear you speak.
Okay.
Or second, or
Moved by
whatever.
Kirby-Gonzalez, second by Vice President Wong, just so we can get Jackie's report in.
Oh, I second too.
Oh.
I didn't realize what was happening there, but absolutely.
I'm kidding. Giving her a hard time. Let's go with Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Okay, go ahead, Vice President Wong.
Mil gracias. I think I always follow Al with like mil gracias también. So gracias a todo y nuestras WSD familia y comunidad. And I'm just so grateful for everything that you trust in us. You provide faith in us, and just grateful for that, and just love the energy. Again, shared everything with the 15 presentation within earlier, but just wanted to say that. And thank you for all of those. Like, I don't think anybody said this, and I'm sure, President Posada, the Fallbrook homecoming, like that's equity in action. We did that with our Measure V dollars. If any of you have visited I messed up yesterday when I was at a town hall. It's the old James Marshall site, not River City, right? If it's just kind of, and if you, I remember walking it with Sarah and going, I can't believe we educate, I can't believe we teach here, we educate, but I also felt all the love on that campus. And to be able to see that campus open with all the wonderful families and teachers and everybody, it was magical, to say the least, because sometimes we don't get to see the equity work, but this is the physical plant and manifestation of our priorities in this community. And it was beautiful to see, to say, hey, if you watch the video, it's a brand new campus, blah, blah, blah. So, and I'm going to keep on saying that we built our first kind of middle school campus ever in Washington Unified since K-8. So that was fun too. So I wanted to thank everybody and our comms team for bringing good day and always bringing light to all the wonderful things that we do. In addition to pumping out all the information that parents need. So wanted to acknowledge that. I also, before I forget, Dr. Hildreth and I were sent information about the UC Davis internship. Medical internship that I'd love for our students to participate in. And so if we can get that out to our high school or our secondary principals, that would be wonderful. But other than that, just thank you. And I'm tired and it's 10:05.
Yeah.
Oh, President Pizzotti.
Thank you. I would just like to say, to piggyback on Vice President Wong's comments about the Fallbrook campus, the return to the Fallbrook campus, it was the excitement and the exhilaration, in the faces of our kids, that it was kind of like this whole wow factor, right? They were like, wow, we actually go to this school. It was really quite amazing. And you could see, I don't want to say that the old campus was dreary and run down, but comparatively,
Kobe, it was dreary, run down.
It was.
The skylight was falling through the girls' bathroom. Let's be honest.
Exactly.
We have pictures. So
exactly.
It was dreary and run down.
It was. And
there were skunks living underneath the portables. Let's be honest.
Right. And so to see the faces of the kids and how much, I can only imagine how much that's going to motivate them to be their best selves, right? To be the best possible them that they could be. I'm just really excited, and the excitement from the parents too. It was off the hook. They were so thrilled and so excited. And it made me think about the future and what's that going to do for Westfield and Elkhorn when we revitalize those campuses. So it really kind of made me get emotional to think God, this is awesome. This is incredible. So I just wanted to say that it was a really moving moment to be there that day. And thank you for the superintendent and the staff for going out, as well as Vice President Wong. It was great to see you there. I did get to go out on National Night Out with Trustee Kirby Gonzalez and Mario and Superintendent Hildreth. And we got to ride the electric bus that sings to you effectively, as it makes a little noise as it goes around a corner, slows to a stop so it doesn't hit people because it's so silent. It was a great experience, and we really got to see a kind of scaled down version of National Night Out, but it was also wonderful to see all the police officers, all the probation officers, all of the community resource officers, and the community interacting together in a positive way. So it was very, it was very beneficial to, I think, the entire community. As we saw, one of the biggest hits was the police puppy Yoda, and trying to pull my daughter away from that dog was very difficult. Nice. And then we also took a nice picture with the drone, with the police drone from well up above. That was pretty cool seeing that up there. Also, I want to thank Trustee Krueger Gonzalez for bringing up the dress code. I just took my daughter shopping last night for school clothes, and in order to get clothes for or shorts, new shorts for her, she's not long-legged, she's not a tall kid, but I found it very difficult to find any shorts that would meet the mid-thigh criteria for girls. It just, that's not the style, it's not the cut, just not the way it is. However, when I looked over in the boys section, it was nothing but knee length and beyond, right? Like you could find your plethora of anything that you wanted for boys. So I think the dress code doesn't necessarily take that into account. So I did find, on a thread that I saw posted, there was a Mountain View's dress code policy that I took and I sent to Superintendent Hildreth as an example, and I thought it was very good. So hopefully we can take a look at that and maybe incorporate some of those things, as it seemed to be like gender positive in terms of how it addresses the dress code for everyone. And with that, I wanted to thank everybody.
Can I add
Sure.
something? I forgot to give my love to Dr. Hildreth. Like, I want to say thank you so much for everything that you've done. And it takes a great and humble leader to admit when they're wrong. Right. I was both classified and certificate. I know what that felt like. I know what the words came out, and I am humbled to be able to serve next to a leader who can actually own that. And I know you're going to make it right, because I know it wasn't intentional, and I know you love this district. So I just want to say that, acknowledge that, nothing's perfect, but thank you for being the leader that you are and acknowledging it and owning it. And I know you're going to make it right. So.
And thank you for that, Vice President Wong, because that was going to be my next point was, thank you for making this week such a great success and getting out and visiting the sites, as well as welcoming in the teachers, but also admitting that we made a mistake, right? And we will make that up, right? We are going to make sure that the classified staff know that they are appreciated, and we will do better. And that's great. And we appreciate that. That's like, you can't do anything about the past. You can only do and make things better in the future. And so, admitting that, owning it, it's what we do, right? So I wanted to say thank you for that. And thank you for the district office staff who have also been working very tirelessly to make sure that this gets pulled off, and not just the administration, all the regular staff that often go overlooked, the administrative assistants, the secretaries, everybody that is working so hard in payroll and HR, making sure that the district runs smoothly. Thank you so much, and we want to make sure we recognize you too. So with that, it's been a long night and a long day and a long week. I'll just say that, we are going to have positive cases. We know that is a fact. We've had one already at my school, and we've got the notice. And, we have to breathe through it and take it, in stride. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and we will do everything in our power to make sure we mitigate everything and take the proper precautions. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, and we will go on to future board agenda items. R1, dress code policy to be determined. R2, policies, resolutions to support transgendered students to be determined. R3, finalized 2021-22 board governance calendar and board self-evaluations to be determined. R4, finalize and confirm CSBA updates to district policies, August 2021. R5, policy subcommittee board meeting. Okay, and that's to be determined. And with that, the agenda is clear, so we can.
Oh, wait, before we close out, can I just?
Forgot. Yeah, you want to add something?
No. I just want to just confirm, because there's a lot of policies that need to go through our Christy and my subcommittee. Can just a strong request that Mario work with Dr. Hildreth and Christy and my calendars to get that done sooner rather than later, so we can begin those conversations. And also, to be transparent, the dress code policy was advised and helped written by our high school leaders. You know what they recommended for our elementary school kids? Uniforms. Just so you know.
Hey, I'm all in favor of uniforms.
Just so you
Trust
know,
me, it's easier.
I'm just saying that their recommendations, they wanted, kind of the dress code for upper grade levels, and they tried to improve upon it. We had full conversations with the students themselves, but the elementary school, they recommended uniforms.
Let's have elementary and middle school students on that advisory too.
Just not my daughter.
Right. Right. Exactly. Or mine. However, as a parent, I'll say I love uniforms. It was so easy. Okay. If there's anyone that has anything they would like to add to future board agenda items, please speak now or forever hold your peace. Seeing and hearing none, the agenda is clear and we are adjourned. All right. Oh, I was just going to say, let me make one quick announcement. I believe that as of right now, we are scheduled to meet back in person at the chambers. And so I assume, Dr. Hildreth, that you'll be in contact with Aaron to find out if we can still do that.
Yes, we are scheduled for the August 26th meeting to be at the chamber. We will confirm that information as soon as we can.
Great. Thank you. Okay, now we're adjourned.